You guys ready? You too.
So as you are.
Alright, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. It's 5:32. Welcome everyone, and please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the approval of tonight's agenda.
Move to approve tonight's agenda as posted.
A second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to announcements. Standard announcement that I'd like to remind everyone that these board meetings are our business meetings held in public, not a public board meeting. The board is governed by Idaho Code Title 33, Chapter 5, and follows our district policies along with the IDAPA rules. The time for public input is provided for the public to express themselves to the board. It is not time to engage with the board, nor is it a time for questions and answers. The board, in its discretion, may ask clarifying questions to ensure it understands the input provided. However, no discussions nor conversations take place. We do have 4 emails for public input. Do we have any people present?
Well, not people present, but we received an additional one.
That's not attached.
It's not attached. It was received this morning.
Okay.
Can we
How does
attach
that
it?
work? Yeah, it needs to be attached to the agenda.
We can, yes. Do you want me to attach it now?
That would probably be good, yes. Did everyone read the emails that were provided?
Yes. Yep.
Should we read those out? I mean, they want them for
They'll
public
be on
comment.
they'll be on the agenda.
Perfect.
Anybody can go read them. It's public.
Because they are all specific to student clubs. Yeah, nothing outside
I
of
mean, I
student
guess you
clubs.
can share what the content of them is. Isn't that something that
The clerk's
the
supposed to read
policy?
them.
Oh yeah, the policy committee. You're right.
Okay.
That the policy committee is working on anyways.
The emails? Or emailing?
The
it?
clubs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually on tonight's agenda.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
But yeah,
it's
actually,
something.
the clerk is supposed to read these to the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And
Public-
as long as it's within the 3-minute.
Public comment email number 1. Hi, my name is Kylie Martin, and I am a student at Lakeland High School. I would like this email to be a part of today's board meeting on clubs. I take part in multiple clubs, but one that I really enjoy is Young Life. Clubs, such as Young Life, advocate for student involvement. When I was new to the school, I was intimidated by the thought of high school. In hope of finding a place to fit in, I went to a club fair at Lakeland. One of these clubs was Young Life. This club helped me feel involved, and I was able to say I had friends in the school. Not only did I find a club that helped me feel involved, but I was also able to put this club on an activity sheet for college. One of the multiple things colleges look at is extracurricular activities. Taking away these clubs would take away extracurriculars for students who aren't in sports, drama, or music. Being in clubs also helps build good character and social skills that we will use the rest of our lives. On top of that, clubs teach us critical thinking and how to be a good citizen. Clubs have been around for years. There is already enough changes in the school, and we do not need more. Please keep clubs. We will lose so much if you don't. Thank you, Kylie Martin.
Thank you.
Email number 2 is from Serena Hill. Board members of the Lakeland School District. My name is Serena Hill. My husband and I have 4 children in your district, 3 boys that attend Lakeland High School and 1 daughter at Lakeland Middle School. I am reaching out to ask you board members to really consider our children's interest in continuing the after-school clubs such as the Young Life clubs, chess, sports, and more that have previously been available at the schools. 2 of my sons were introduced to the Young Life Club and Will Griffin, who runs the clubs, 2 years ago. My boys were brand new to high school and felt very overwhelmed and out of place in the beginning of the year. That completely changed after starting several after-school clubs and organizations. The Young Life clubs, as well as many others, have clubs available, have helped the students develop more social skills. There are so many kids involved in these important after-school clubs. These clubs provide a safe place to interact with each other. Some of these kids come from difficult home lives, and these programs prove them with a safe sense of a family-friend structure. My 3 boys attend pizza and game days, anime, Young Life, chess club, football, and weights. Each of these have offered my children the opportunity to engage in critical thinking, sense of community outreach, school spirit, and most importantly, a sense of self-worth and knowledge that these different club groups are there to support them in their high school experience. Please, school board, consider allowing these groups to continue and keeping these options open to all of our children. Thank you for your time and consideration. Serena Hill, excuse me. Public comment email number 3, school board members. This seems to also be from Serena Hill. I'm reaching out today about an issue that is going to be discussed at the upcoming Lakeland District School Board meeting tonight at 5:30 p.m. Attached is the video of last month's meeting at the 3:30 minute mark. The board discussed the future of all school activities and clubs. A few board members spoke that they want to discontinue any non-sponsored / non-academic clubs completely. As a parent of 4 children in our district, hearing their comments made me very upset. Only one board member showed his apprehension of canceling all no-sponsored / non-academic clubs. He is the only one I heard actually caring about the students and the many student-loved clubs that don't fit into the academic standards. I personally thought that the negative board member comments were only based on their personal beliefs and not based on what is good for the students of the Lakeland School District. There are many after-school clubs that don't meet the criteria of school-sponsored academic clubs in our district. The board members are supposed to be the voice of the students, parents, and our community. I feel like they really fell short of that in last month's meeting. I hope with our community's help we can ask them to hold themselves to that standard of being our voice and not making decisions based on their own personal beliefs. My husband and I have 4 children in the Lakeland School District, 3 boys that attend Lakeland High School and 1 daughter at Lakeland Middle School. I am asking the community and our board members to really consider our children's interests in continuing the after-school clubs, sponsored / academic and non-sponsored / non-academic alike. All the clubs that have previously been available at the schools up until this year. When my boys started high school, they all felt very overwhelmed and out of place in the beginning. That completely changed after starting several after-school clubs and organizations, academic and non-academic. The many clubs that my kids have been a part of have helped keep them, as well as the rest of the students, connected to each other and to their school. Each one of the clubs available have helped the students develop more social skills. These clubs provide a safe place to interact with each other. Some of these kids come from difficult home lives, and these programs provide them with a structured, safe sense of a family / friends. Not everything needs to be about academic to be important. My 3 boys attend pizza and game days and anime through Young Life, chess club, football, and weights. Each of these have offered my children the opportunity to engage in critical thinking, sense of community outreach, school spirit, and most importantly, a sense of self-worth and knowledge that these different groups are there to support them throughout their high school experience. In the attached video at 8:45, the youth leader, Will Griffin, shares his plea to reinstate the Young Life clubs at the high school. The whole reasoning behind having to reapply for their club is due to the principal change as well as board member changes this past year. This club has provided pizza games, socializing days, and anime club each week, as well as different community-based outreach days throughout the last 2 years. 3 of my children are a part of these clubs, as well as several other non-sponsored / academic and sponsored clubs such as the football program. There is a place for these clubs and so many reasons to provide the opportunity for these clubs in our district. Please help show this to our board. Thank you. Public comment email number 4 is from Will Griffin. Hello, please include this email in the public comments packet for the board meeting this evening, November 9th, 2022, in the agenda item for the club discussion in the Lakeland district. I am writing to express my opinion on the positive impact of clubs in the Lakeland School District. For the past 2 years, I have been an active part of Lakeland Senior High, from assisting teachers during class periods to attending and supervising after-school clubs. From what I have seen, clubs are a great way to help students feel connected to their school and to succeed in the classroom. Not only does participating in a club build social skills that carry on throughout life, but it also encourages critical thinking through games and group activities, provides a safe place for students, teaches about civics and how to be a good citizen through community service projects, and encourages healthy relationships with caring adults that have been shown in recent prevention science studies to help kids succeed in making good choices and not falling into substance abuse. Not every club is for every kid, but with a wide range available, there are potential activities for students each day of the week that they may not otherwise have if they do not play sports or choose drama or band. Last year we had a student win 2nd place at the state chess tournament thanks to his after-school participation in the chess club. Other students that I know are working on obtaining their pilot's license and have phones filled with pictures of their time flying the skies above our hometown thanks to the Aviation Club. At the freshman orientation this spring, there were over 70 students from Lakeland Junior High that signed up to join a club that has been unable to meet this year. To my knowledge, it was going to be a requirement for all incoming freshmen to join at least one club their first year, since it has proven to help students do better throughout the years to follow. Students need clubs, and I hope that the board can see the value in allowing clubs to continue to be an important part of our district and the students' school experience. Thank you. Will Griffin.
I think that's a duplicate of last month's email.
Yes, it was from last month, but it was received after the cutoff time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I'm like, didn't we already hear that one? Okay.
And then this email I received this morning from Jacqueline Myers. Hello, I would like my public comment included in the agenda of tonight's school board meeting if possible. To the Lakeland Joint School District Board of Trustees. I am writing this public comment in support of the district's proposed school club policy. It is my understanding that sponsored clubs are school/curriculum related and have a faculty member directing them. Non-sponsored clubs can be anything and have a faculty member present for safety reasons, but are run by the students. By federal law, the school cannot require a parent's signature to allow their child to join a club, so children can join any non-sponsored clubs without parental knowledge. I support the district's goal of keeping the schools focused on academics and not other outside materials. We taxpayers fund the schools, staff, and facilities, and the schools should not be used for outside purposes. I do want children to have opportunities to participate in a variety of extracurricular activities, and I am glad that there are many sponsored clubs and always the option for more curriculum-related clubs to be created to meet the needs of students. I have spoken with many parents who also would like you to please protect parents' rights by only allowing sponsored clubs. Please consider that, as well as the overwhelmingly positive feedback received from the survey that the district sent out regarding the proposed policy change. Sincerely, Jacqueline Myers, parent of 3 children in Lakeland Joint School District.
And there's no other public comment.
No other public comment.
Thank you, Rosanna.
Yes, thank you for doing this. Moving on to the subcommittee reports, is there a report for the long-range planning committee?
No, just,
Okay.
we had our meeting on Monday, which was past the deadline for, providing the notes to the board, so it's just the agenda, but we did hold a meeting Monday.
Okay, but there's nothing to report from that meeting.
We're
Okay.
just starting the process of now actually long-range planning, since
Okay.
we have passed the supplemental and plant facility levy off to the board.
Okay, and then is there a report on the ELA Science Curricular Advisory Committee? Cause we have the agendas, there's.
I can talk about it.
It doesn't sound like maybe you should. Okay, so there's, Miss Arnold,
Yes.
sorry. So can you kind of bring us up to speed with where we're at then with the science and ELA?
I can. So we are working on the science part of the adoption right now. When we met last, we in October, people took different materials home and read
Okay.
through them. When we
Mhm.
came back together, we were supposed to meet in November, and that meeting got canceled.
Right.
So we met recently, I think last week, and we just talked through the pros and cons that we saw in each of the textbooks that the 5 that we looked at. In 3 of them, it's like magic when it all works really well. In 3 of them, there were concerns about, there was one in particular where the people who read it felt like the narrative was very much slanted a certain direction with regard to some of the hot topics for science, climate
Okay.
change, and some of those topics, and that it was more of telling a story instead of telling facts.
Okay.
There was another textbook that we looked at where those same topics were covered, but they were very factual. So we talked about the fact that the sea levels are rising. That's a fact.
Right.
But they didn't go into any kind of opinion as to why. So the whole committee unanimously decided to move forward with really looking deeply at 2
Okay.
of the 5, so we narrowed it down to our top 2. And so we have teachers who are going to be teaching some lessons from those 2 textbooks, looking at some of the assessments that go with the textbooks. Dr. Pasley is going to schedule observations for parents to go in and watch
Okay.
the teachers using the materials, so that give us an opportunity to talk to the kids about what they think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then in January, we will begin to start to fill out the rubrics that we use to get the qualitative data from the 2. So that's kind of where we are, and then we will
Perfect.
start the process, same process for ELA.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Did I forget anything?
Any questions for me? Okay. Moving on to the staff reports, we have the financials. Looks like we were provided the building budget reports. Does anyone have any questions on those? How about the November monthly budget status report? Are there any questions on that? I do understand that attendance is becoming a struggle due to the sicknesses that are floating around. Yeah.
Yeah, we have RSV, stomach flu,
Influenza A.
There's
Yeah.
a lot that's going through the schools right now.
Yeah. Any questions then on on the budget? Okay, we'll move on to the safety update or safety report. Did anybody have any questions on that one? No? Okay. Okay, moving down to information. We did have one new development request on that very tiny paper that came.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Sure, I did not read that.
Susanna,
Oh, what?
well,
Oh, my.
yeah,
Yeah, if you blow it up really, really, really big.
Really huge.
Oh.
If you go to
I
about
apologize.
450%, you
Yeah.
can see.
454.
I
Yeah.
apologize for that. I will review those better.
So that request was just a tiny little sliver of land in Athol that was currently zoned for commercial, and somebody requested from the city of Athol that they be allowed to build a house on it. And the city required that they reach out to the district, so we just said we were neutral on it.
Have fun building your house.
Right.
Yeah.
No vested interest from the district in that decision.
Moving on, or did anybody have any conversation, discussion on that? Okay.
I have actually a couple of things on, the long range, what was that, the
scooching back up.
agenda or something? So,
Yeah.
yeah, that was posted, just out of curiosity. I noticed that, all of the projections, that they always look at enrollment versus, attendance, actual attendance. Why is that? Because we could have 7,000 kids enrolled, but we only have 4,000 that attend. So I was just curious why we use enrollment instead of attendance numbers for projections.
Typically, you plan based on enrollment, because if you have X number of students enrolled for a class, you're gonna have enough materials, enough furniture, enough
They all
whatever
show
to
up.
cover that enrollment
Mhm.
on any given day. They may not all be there, obviously,
Mhm.
but that's, from a planning perspective, I think that's.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're planning for the maximum number of kids to sure. If 100% of our kids are well and nobody's taking a vacation day, we have to have the materials and the resources for all of the kiddos.
I'd have to go back and look, okay. And then the other thing was, I sent that, there was access denied to a lot of the attachments. But the one also was, where did that go? There were, was it this one, or is it attached to another one that had, let's see, land and building stats. I'm sorry, maybe using, my brain's not quite working. Was the building condition.
Evaluation forms?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was done by, I did make a note of it somewhere, but those evaluations were done by, what was the name of that?
Architects West.
Architects West. Had those been submitted to the board before for viewing? Cause I don't ever, they might have, but I don't ever remember seeing those.
Yeah,
I didn't remember seeing them ever either when I saw them
Cause
on
we had
Monday. I
asked
was
and
like,
asked, yeah.
Yep,
Well,
we asked.
we did it because the board requested it.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I
That's
guess
good.
I didn't realize the board never received them.
Yeah, we never received them, so when I went through and I looked at them, I'm like, oh, where did these come from? Because we had got the ones that, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Ferriola had done. Okay, yeah, so that's good information for us to pay attention to those, Architect West, evaluation of the buildings. That would help us too when we were discussing, our budget
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
repairs and all of that.
Right.
If we had that information.
That would've been good.
Okay, so I just needed clarification on those, the enrollment.
Yeah, and the board had specifically asked that an outside agency do this.
Absolutely.
Because
Yep.
Mr. Ferriola and Mr. Wallace had done it prior.
Yep.
So they did follow up, I just didn't realize that previous
Yeah,
superintendent
that's
had
awesome, I
provided
think
those to
that's
you.
great, yeah.
And just so you're aware, as we went through those, we did talk about, because we did quite a bit of work on some of our buildings over the summer.
Mhm.
So we were able to point out to the committee that this score would be higher because Betty Kiefer has a new roof this year, and Garwood has a new roof and new carpet, and so we kind of went through each building and talked about how some of those scores would actually be higher if we redid those
Mhm.
forms right now.
Yeah, well, and I think it's good too because it puts it doesn't look like it's always us that are making the decision, right? We have a third party now that's saying this is the condition of how things are. So I was actually happy to see those, but I just thought I'd ask because I didn't remember seeing them before, but.
Yeah, and they were done back in like February,
Yeah,
so it was almost a year ago
Right.
that it was done, and we never.
yeah, I never received them, yeah.
Well, you have them now.
Yep, we do. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
And then whoever owns some of those other documents that were attached to the agenda, I did send requests to be able to access them
That would
because
be
they were not.
Mr. Wallace.
Okay, they were not accessible. That was all I had for the long range. Appreciate all the work everybody's
It was
doing.
a really good meeting.
Yeah.
I do have one quick question for long range. On the school profiles, I'm just curious, what are the parameters for determining enrollment capacity? Because when I'm looking at the building's square footage, it seems like we've got Garwood at 43,703 square feet, total square feet, which I'm assuming is the building's total square feet, for an enrollment of 500, but yet we've got Twin Lakes at 42,371 for only 360, and then when I cruise down to Timberlake Junior High at 40,000 square feet, they're at 360. So I'm just wondering, is there like some standard measurement that you determine what the bodies can?
So there's the maximum capacity,
Right.
based on just the overall square footage, meaning that we could put classrooms in gyms, and we could put classrooms in closets, and
Right.
do what we sometimes have to do. The functional capacity, as Brian explained at the meeting, was
Okay, let me stop you.
yes.
I'm not talking about either one of those. On this form, it's called enrollment capacity.
Yeah, it's the functional capacity.
Oh, that's functional capacity. Okay.
So, Mr. Wallace, when he does his formula,
Mhm.
he uses 26 as just kind of a general class size average, because recognizing that our primary classes typically have fewer than that, but our upper elementary have more, so
Mhm.
26 is kind of in the middle.
Right.
And so when you then divide that by the number of actual classrooms, you can see how many kids you can fit nicely fit into a school without having to use the gym or the cafeteria or
Right.
closets. So some of our schools have, like Twin Lakes Elementary has a very large music classroom that
Right.
wouldn't be considered a regular classroom.
Okay.
So even though the square footage of the building looks like it's a little bit more,
Mhm.
when you look at the areas that we would hold traditional classrooms,
Okay.
that's why the numbers are off just a little bit. It's not if you have 40,000 square feet, you automatically have this. It's really based on how many classrooms you have in the building,
Okay.
and not just the total square footage of the building. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. There was no teaching stations included on Twin Lakes. So that's where I'm started looking at enrollment capacities and seeing sort of a pattern on them. So I just was curious what the formula was to determining the enrollment capacity, because
Did
it
I-
sounds like that's how it's
Did I
created.
answer that correctly?
Yeah, we, you look at each building, you literally count the number of classrooms,
Okay.
and then some other instructional spaces that might be used for classrooms, like a gym and things like that,
Okay.
and to get the capacity of the building. So, yeah, a lot of times you can have a large, if the commons areas are very large and have a lot of square footage, doesn't necessarily mean that makes it more comfortable for those areas,
Right.
but not necessarily more room for class size instruction.
Okay. Yeah.
The other thing that comes into play is, over time, as buildings are built, the design gets a little different. based
As we
on-
add on and add on.
Well,
Yeah.
and based on the needs, some of the newer buildings will have more special needs
Mhm.
kinds of spaces than the older buildings do.
Right.
Older buildings tend to have just regular classroom spaces, that kind of thing. So
Right.
there's some of that evolution that takes place over time with
Right.
newer buildings.
That I do understand.
The one thing I would make the board aware of that came up, and it'll show up in the notes that you'll see on the board agenda for January, is the city administrator for Rathdrum was at the meeting, Leon Deuce, as was the mayor for Rathdrum. There are 750 apartment units going into the city of Rathdrum. Now that's not apartment buildings, that's actual apartments.
Right.
750, but we have some that are off Lancaster, close to K-Tech. They are building more apartments. They already have 2 buildings on Silverado off of Meyer. They're building 3 more there. They're building some west of 41, south of between Greensbury and 41 on Lancaster. And then there was one other location. So that caused our committee last night to pause a moment and really think about
2 elementaries.
what do we need to be doing to be ready for that, because
Right.
the apartments that are going in on Lancaster near K-Tech, those are built and now they're working on the insides, and Leon told me today in a meeting that he expects people will start moving in the spring.
Okay.
So we're going to have to think outside the box for what are we doing next year, because we obviously are not building a building next year, but we're
Right.
gonna have to be prepared.
Do you have any background data on the number of individuals living per apartment, or the number of children that might come per apartment? Because, people who live in apartments tend not to have large families because apartments are not very big.
Yeah, I think they said these are 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. In addition to that, there are 40 duplex units that are also going in Brookshire. So.
That would be more of a concern, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so those are also going in.
And what elementary school is that? Is that Betty Kiefer?
So Garwood will
Oh,
definitely
Garwood.
be hit, Betty Kiefer will be hit, and John Brown. But all of those will also feed into Lakeland Middle School and Lakeland
Right,
High School.
right.
And when you look at the functional capacity of Lakeland
Right.
High School, they're at the top of that. I mean, they
Yeah.
grew the most this year, and so I have concerns about both Lakeland Middle School and Lakeland High School. So we did talk last night about having a conversation as a board about beginning the work of re-identifying our attendance boundaries and having to shift
Yeah.
some kiddos who should be going to Garwood and Betty Kiefer right now back to John Brown, because John Brown is our school with the most room right now.
Right.
So we may have to redraw our lines
Okay.
to be prepared for that.
Thank you for that
Yes.
information, that's great information.
Yep.
Moving on to the old business, follow-up from the superintendent.
I still have not been successful in connecting with Amy White. She definitely has a phone at Anderson, Julian, and Hull, but I don't know how much time she's spending there, because she used to be really good about returning calls, and I've not heard back from her.
Do you have her cell number? I might.
Okay, if you do, can you share that with me?
Yeah. I'm excited to see that Colby is excited to have his students help, or at least take the projects on. That's awesome.
Yes.
Super exciting.
He was excited that we reached out.
Anybody have any questions on the follow-up? No.
I'm really excited just to see all of the community input we're getting now. I mean, I know it makes a little bit more work and all that, but I think it's great. It's like living, breathing, which is growing pains, but I think it's really good to have everybody talking. I'm just really excited about that.
I agree. Our first district parent advisory council meeting was really good.
Good.
We spent the entire time working on their why statement, because I wanted to kind of nail down, like, why does this group exist and what are we hoping to accomplish. I thought they came up with a really great statement.
Mm-hmm.
And then next week we have our first district level student council meeting.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
I can give it's on the 22nd, but I can give the time to Rosanna to put on your calendar.
Yeah.
So if any of you want to just stop by and introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
And meet this group of kids. I'm excited.
Yeah, that is
So
exciting.
we've never had a student voice at this level in the
Really?
district before.
Wow.
Like this. So, yeah, I'm interested to see. My first question of them will be, if you could teach yourselves, what would your classroom look like?
Awesome.
I want to know what they think school should be like.
Cool.
That's so exciting.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Do other districts in our area have
Not that I'm aware
clubs
of.
like that one? Maybe we need a news article. Quarterly press.
Yeah, I'll have Jackie be here for our first meeting. You can write a press release.
Cool.
And then, I'm sorry.
Kind of frustrated with the Lakes Highways response that, people would see a bus before they would see a sign. Okay, my concern is when the kids are standing there before the bus gets there, when they're waiting for the bus to arrive. That's when they're
And they're
most at
flying
risk. Yeah.
down that road, and I did
Yeah.
let them know that, but I got the same
That-
response twice from them. They're not budging. I did also just, I sent a survey out to parents and staff regarding the 2-hour late start. That was the first time we'd ever used it. And you can see the responses, and I just asked a simple question, in favor of or not. And that's how the responses came in. I'd rather keep the kids in school as much as possible, and the way the winter is kind of showing up right now, there's a potential for more snow, and so if we can use this late starts to give the plows more time to get things opened up and they can get kids to school, that would be my preference. Unless the board would prefer that we not use the 2-hour late start.
She did put in her follow-up about the, Chartwell's providing dinner for us, at Dockside. Is that something we want to do? What is the purpose of it? I'm just curious.
I
Is it
think
just
they felt
PR?
badly that we didn't get to go to the dinner that they provided to other boards during the ISBA conference because we had our board meeting.
Right.
And so they just felt like if we wanted to just be us, that they would do it for us. And I said, well, I will ask them.
Free dinner.
So Steve answered. Is it though?
Bob likes to eat.
Yeah.
Always.
Does love to eat.
There is dinner tonight. Rebecca provided dinner tonight. So there's
Ah.
dinner. Yeah.
Good day.
Nice. So do we want to direct Lisa to move forward with that? Does anybody care? What's our thoughts? I mean, I know we all care, that was not really meant to be snarky, but,
I'm fine with, passing it up. I mean, they've provided dinner for us so many times at other things, I mean, that's my opinion, but.
I agree with her.
Could I throw a curve?
sure,
Are you ready to catch it?
I'll duck, so go for it.
Some time ago, we used to hold during the summertime, a hosted barbecue for all school board members and administrative personnel and supervisory personnel and so forth. As a way to, have some time to get to know one another better and that sort of thing. The group has grown some. I mean, the administrative group has certainly grown some since then. Just a thought that popped into my head with this other thing is maybe we could have Chartwell's cater that in some form if we were to do that again. If that's something the board would be interested in doing.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I know at the end of the year there's get-togethers, and then I think if there was, I'm not sure if there was one in the summer or if it was just the start of the school, there's usually a get-together, but I don't know if that's individually building-based or if it's collaborative here. I don't recall, but I know things have occurred that the board wasn't allowed to be part of. So,
There's typically a barbecue in August that we pay for that, and we have the facilities crew and technology crew, the people who work all summer, and kind of a thank you for all the hard work to
Okay.
get the buildings put together. I know we talked last spring about potentially doing some sort of a barbecue with the board and administrative staff, so I would love to organize that if that's something the board wants to do. And do it either in the summer in June, which would be kind of a nice way to say thank you to that team for all the hard work. Or we could do it in the fall as a welcome back. to
Right.
bring for
Or a minute to win the
games.
As long as the board can cheat.
The board never cheats. We were doing teamwork, that's all.
Yes,
that
that,
was-
there you go.
It was
Yeah.
teamwork, yeah.
It was teamwork.
So I think I heard you, basically what I hear you say is I will reach out to Kevin and John, let them know that thank you very much for the offer, but we're going to pass on the dinner. But maybe float the idea of them, catering a barbecue type dinner or lunch meal,
Yeah.
whatever. Would you prefer, June at the end of the school year or, August at the beginning?
What do these things cost?
Well,
I mean, obviously if Chartwell's helps with one, then that would be,
yeah, if they help
But
cater it.
if they didn't-
It's usually, what is it, what is it per person usually, do you know? $12?
12, 13 per person, generally.
so around like 2,500 or, okay.
Depending, I guess.
How many people are there, right? I don't get why we don't have a thank you and a welcome back. That's my thought.
Well, we do the welcome back breakfast for the entire staff,
Right.
which you guys
Right.
came to this year.
We wanted, but they didn't acknowledge it.
And then, we are planning on doing, some sort of an awards dinner type thing. I think the LEA is gonna take the lead on raising money for that and maybe doing it at Twin Lakes Village. So
Okay.
the board would be invited to that, and that would be again a whole district type thing.
Okay.
But if we're looking at building relationships between the
Mhm.
board and the administrators and the directors, it's a smaller
Okay.
group, although I did
And we
hear
just did it in
spouses.
August, usually after, all the administrators were back in,
But before school started.
but before school started,
Okay.
and that was
Okay.
a way to kind of kick the year off that way.
Okay.
So
I-
it's more of a welcome back dealio.
Okay. So I will email Kevin and John. And, you suggested spouses. Also, I think I heard you say spouses.
Pardon?
Spouses as well?
Yeah, we did, before, yes.
Okay.
There's always spouses invited.
Okay.
I used to host that when I was superintendent. I always bought the steak and everybody else brought the potluck, and we did it that way.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not making this. I'm not making this
She's
suggestion.
calculating right
I just
now,
make
that's
it
Whoa.
Okay, I will work on that.
That's what we can have Chartwell's do.
Yeah, they can provide the steak.
There you go. If they provide the steak, Rebecca and I can provide all the
All
side
sides.
dishes.
Alright.
In August. Okay, I will take care of that.
Perfect. Moving on to the consent agenda. We have the minutes from the previous meeting, minutes of subcommittee meetings, HR items, and regular and special bills. Does anyone have any questions or comments on either of the minutes from the previous meetings?
No, ma'am.
I had some questions on the regular board meeting minutes that Rosanna did answer, but I would like to table the regular board meeting minutes to next meeting so that the corrections can be added and can be reviewed by everyone. That was it on that one, and then nothing on the regular. I hate it when it does this. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the subcommittee meetings to be accepted? No? Okay. The only thing I would like to ask is that on the ELA adoption running agenda and November 30 meeting minutes that were canceled, what's there's no meeting minutes. It's still just an agenda that I can tell. If we can have if you look at the long range planning committee,
Just more of a narrative.
that's just what I'm expecting. I would think the community would be expecting the fact that it was canceled. Just the simple form. And then, HR items, any comments on, or questions on those? I have a couple. What is a multi-tiered systems of support?
That is our, we used to call it RTI, response to intervention, and so that was the academic side of it, and then we have our positive behavior intervention support system for our behavior kiddos. MTSS is the big overall, it's the intervention program in the building to identify students with learning gaps and then provide the interventions to fill those gaps and help students move.
Okay. Okay. We have coverage, I guess I don't understand why we're stipending coverage for an employee on FMLA. Why wouldn't that just be payroll?
So that is for, we have a couple of people that are out on maternity, and it was, the cost was less to have those people take on extra duties versus getting a sub. So we're talking about the THS. We have 2 people out on maternity.
Oh, and so they're just taking the caseload.
So there
For
is no substitute teacher?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, because it's not a teaching position.
Okay. And then I would like to know on our, with respect to student clubs, cause we have clubs on here that now we're stipending, and there's nothing on the form that shows that.
Right. That's that same conversation that we had last time, and Dr. Pasley and I need to work with the elementary people. These are not clubs. That's what they call them, they're not clubs. So it's like
These are at the high school.
Oh, sorry, I thought you
Yeah,
were
we've
looking at
got Key
elementary.
Club, Gaming Club, Anime Club, French Club, Green and Clean Club.
Yep.
So when they were brought to us for approval, we were not informed there would be a cost to the district.
So each building receives a budget, and Lakeland High School has about $4,000. That used to be in the negotiated agreement, and the negotiated agreement read that and that had been in there for a very long time. It may even have been there still when Bob was superintendent, but the LEA president and the superintendent would meet, and teachers could apply for activities and things they wanted to run for kids after school, outside of contract hours, for either a stipend or just some supplies money for that club. We had been doing that for a long time. It was in there that those were due by the 15th of September, and then the president and the superintendent would meet and decide which ones they were going to fund. When Dr. Meyer came, she felt like she didn't know the buildings as well as the principals did, and wanted those decisions made at the building level. So she asked CFO Wallace to take that money that we had been spending for, 10 years on extra duty for extra pay for extra duty, and figure out a formula to send those dollars to the building and give the principals the latitude. So Mr. Hoffman had people apply for those extra pay for extra duty stipends, and people who are leading those clubs those are the stipends that they're getting. They used to be in the negotiated agreement, and they came out of the negotiated agreement.
Okay.
Isn't there space on the club's form that had a financial impact?
I think
We were going to add
added that.
That was a
Oh,
brand new
we
thing
never
that we
did it.
talked about adding
Oh,
if it was
okay.
gonna be a sponsored
Okay.
club, that
Yeah, we need to.
And that we pushed pause on all of
that
that
they
while we
estimate
did the policy.
right.
that they estimate the financial impact
Yeah.
on the district.
Because my other thing is I don't know, it's above and beyond what's budgeted, or it's already accounted for in the budget, or these stipends for these clubs.
Yeah, well, when I budget for the stipends, we, these stipends and then some of the others that are out there, you know, we look at sort of what we've done in past years, so right, even the coaching stipends, and take a look at the dollar amount, and if there's significant changes, I might change that number, but if it looks like it's gonna be sort of status quo, I budget that dollars over again. So we've been doing this for the last several years, so it is part of budget, and the principals don't see it on their actual budget report, because they'd see all their teachers, and we don't want them to see that staffing's really a district level thing, not a building level.
Yeah.
So they don't really see those, but there's a spreadsheet that the buildings have that we sort of track on the side, saying this is what your allocation is, and they know to, for example, okay, I have this much to allocate.
Okay.
I have a question.
Wow.
Right?
Go
What's
for it.
15 extra days?
Yeah, thank you, I was wondering that too.
Yeah, so she's on a 190-day contract, but she works 105 days, because we need her to do some work during times that the teachers are typically not working. So
Right.
she gets
205.
Sorry, 205. So she, thank you for doing that for me. So we do that with a lot of different positions when we're asking them to, because the standard teacher contract is 190 days. But we have some teachers who, when we did instructional coaches, they worked more than the 190 days. But we, for whatever reason, we don't write the contract for the number of days they're actually working. It's the standard teacher contract of 190, and then there's a supplemental contract for the additional days.
But 15 days at 5,261?
That's her daily rate of pay times 15.
That's the total.
And I'm not sure, Brian or Bob, if there's a reason that we don't have teachers on different, that's a question I don't know the answer to. If you know that a teacher's gonna work 205 days, why we don't write it just a 205-day contract?
Is that decision to extend that many days on a year-by-year basis? In other words,
Depending
it
on the
might
work
be
that
15
is-
this year, but it might only be 10 next year, or nothing?
Right,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, that would be why. That's
Yeah.
why. Because
it
once
varies
we
from
write,
year to year.
once we write a contract, if everything's in one contract by law, we can't pay them less the next year. So we pay them their 190-day traditional teacher contract, and then if there's a need for additional days, it's a supplemental
Yeah.
contract. I just talked myself through that.
Yeah.
Good job.
I knew there was a reason.
So then the supplemental contracts come through as stipends? Okay.
Yeah, most of them we approved at the very beginning of the year.
Right.
This one was missed, so just added it.
Any additional questions on the HR items? Okay. Regular and special bills? I have to figure out why it doesn't. Oh, it does. That's what I have to do. Sorry. There's a check for $188,518.86. It said it was void reissued, and it's copy or misprint blurred checks, but it doesn't tell us what the $188,000 is for.
Yeah, those checks are in the list now. In the system, we have to print the checks sequentially. So when we printed them out on the printer and they came out all smooched, we actually had to call Skyward and say, how do I void those checks, and then reissue them again. So we voided them. So you see the 188,000, we voided that, and then those checks that are in sequence next are that dollar amount.
So
That's a
everything-
range of checks, that one that's 188,518. That's a range of checks, not just one check.
Yeah,
It's an
right.
entire range of checks.
Feel like
And they
we
were
know.
reprinted, and that's the list that you see below that.
Okay, so how is that the list that's beneath it when the list starts at 105,087 and the range ends at 105,086?
Right,
It's
those
the
are
next in the
voided.
sequence.
10/50/12
Okay.
through 10/50/86 were voided, so 86 was
Okay.
voided. So when they reissued the checks, they picked up at 10/50/87.
Okay,
Right.
and it goes to where?
So if we added all of those checks that are underneath that, Brian, that would total that 188,518.
I would think, unless there's a couple more checks in another batch
Afterwards.
afterwards.
Okay. But those account for that 188.
Yeah, so that 188 is effectively a wash with that void.
So those are probably the checks that were cut on 11/30, and then there's like 2 checks at the bottom of the list on 12/2 that would have probably not been part of that.
Correct.
Yeah, there was 74, about 74 checks voided.
Okay.
So whatever is 74, we don't have maybe that would be a nice thing to have a line item number next to it, just so we could say 1 through 33 was those checks.
Yeah, it's just 188,000, but it doesn't really, it's not clear, that's all.
Right.
Yeah, well, the 108,000 was then voided, so it's really 0.
Okay.
And then the checks following are the actual amount. It was like if you,
I hear what you're saying,
Yeah.
but when a patron is gonna look at this, they're not gonna know that, and there's no direction showing them or explaining to them that this is what's happened, and this is where that 188,000 is. And I get the 188,000 is washed, but there's no,
well, on the line, there is a void, there's a negative 188 right below it.
okay,
Right, but what she's saying is there's nothing saying these next 70 whatever transactions are this 188,000.
It's just not crystal clear
Yeah.
to people who don't
No,
understand.
Just
Right.
a little
But they're not.
annotation over to the side.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, or in the blank space, you could put reprinted checks
checks number,
10/05/087 through.
Right.
right,
Something like, just a notation.
yeah, that would help. And then the roof repairs, were those not covered under warranty? Was it something outside of the warranty?
Yes, on some of them would have been maybe not on warranty work,
Okay,
if we were charged.
and what is no ready
That was,
or no ready?
yeah, that was a program that the board, approved, and it's a grammar,
Okay,
assistant with, right now as we're going through the ELA adoption, we just
Mhm.
haven't, we have no grammar textbook, and so we have some teachers who are using it.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that it had been approved.
It had been, yeah.
Okay. I have no other questions.
I have probably an easy one to answer. How far away were we from like the cafeteria tables that came in, or any of those things that the board approved? Do we know where we were on our guesstimate of how much those things were gonna cost, or and what they actually came in as, or was it, did we already have that exact dollar amount when?
No,
I
on the
don't
tables, we didn't
remember.
have the
Yeah.
exact, number.
Okay.
In fact, in the tables we ended up getting, actually were a little higher, because we got some that had, a little bit of hydraulic in it, so they're easier to fold up and down. They're not so heavy for the custodians. We had some custodians that were almost, went on a workers' comp because they're so heavy and they're by themselves. So they're a lot nicer in that regard. A little bit more per table, but
Yeah.
we definitely have the resources in the food service program to cover that cost.
Yeah, I was just curious, I see these big things come in that we said, yeah, that's a great idea, what the difference was. Did we save money? Did we spend more money? And
On that, we would have spent a little more money. Kevin's actually spent a little bit less money on some of his steam tables and some of those items that he's been ordering.
yeah, okay, that was, the other thing was, the Drug-Free Alliance, it says, I guess that's training on-site drug testing, is that what that is? It says on-site drug testing.
Oh,
That's-
that's transportation.
Oh, transportation.
Yeah, so there's
okay.
random drug tests that the bus drivers.
Oh.
It's a random
Gotcha,
state
okay.
requirement.
Okay, yep, I didn't know if that was like for the sports program,
Right, yeah.
training, or I didn't know what the
Yeah,
training was.
this is for the bus drivers.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, I think that was it, was there another?
They're pretty
Nope,
comfortable.
I guess, I think that's it, yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Any further questions? I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Board Chair Thompson, I believe there is already a motion to table the November 9th meeting minutes.
Oh.
We didn't get a second.
You're right, because I didn't say I was motioning for that, I just said that's what I wanted to do. So I'll make a motion to table the November 9th, 2022 regular board meeting minutes.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. That being said, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda remainder.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm
Hearing-
abstaining from the vote because my daughter's on the list for the HR items
So we have-
and the stipend.
Okay, 4 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstain.
I didn't oppose it.
Let's put that on record.
Voting not to hire.
Yeah. Motion passes. Moving on to new business. We have to approve or deny the emergency snow closure for November 30th, 2022. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or discussions on that?
Why do we have to approve it if it's already been done?
It's the
It's
rules.
state statute.
Or
Yeah.
state-
That's for the board.
State requirement for reimbursement.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we get like the not paid for those
Governor.
days.
Yeah.
Declaring a state of emergency after the event because the.
So we still have to
I like that.
approve it?
Yeah,
Yep.
we do. So please don't vote against it. Just kidding. You vote however you want, Dave.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'll entertain a motion for the emergency snow closure on November 30th, 2022.
I move to approve the snow emergency closure for November 30th, 2022.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next action item is to approve or deny the emergency snow closure for 2 hours on December 1st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to either approve or deny the LJSD to run a 2-year supplemental levy for $9.52 million. We have the recommendation that was presented at last month's board meeting attached, along with a supplemental and plant levy calculator. Shall we go into discussion on this? Oh, here we go.
The calculator that Brian put together for you, if the board wanted to have a conversation about the amount of the levy, you could change the amount, the supplemental levy amount in the proposed column, and it will change the levy rate per $100,000 and then the monthly cost for $100,000, so you can see what that does to taxes.
Okay. But that only works if it goes down?
Works both ways,
Oh, does
so
it?
it does work both ways. Depending on what the board chooses to do with the next two items, Brian can fix that calculator so that we can send it out to our patrons, and rather than changing the amount that would be levied, they can change the how much taxable value of a home they have, and then they can get an estimate of what the tax would look like for them.
The calculator's in a PDF. You have to click on the up above in the, sorry. I went the wrong way.
If you click the second link, it's an Excel.
No, it's a PDF.
Oh, it is?
There is, no, go scroll down in your agenda, or go,
If you have the description on here.
if you click on the description under agenda item,
Oh, there it is. Okay.
it's
gotcha.
not a PDF.
Correct,
there.
it is
That's
the
an
Excel spreadsheet. Perfect, thank you.
Oh, there.
Oh, so it took me out of that, okay. So then I'm gonna do this, and I can do that, there we are. Okay, so do we need to have discussion on the supplemental levy? The dollar amount, running it, thoughts, opinions, ideas? We've been presented with a recommendation to run it at 9.52 million, which is the same amount that we had last year, or the last time the levy was passed. So,
And that recommendation was generated by the planning committee
Yes.
as a whole.
Yes.
Approximately how many people were involved in that, formulating that recommendation? 20 patrons.
I didn't vote.
And does the superintendent concur in that recommendation?
I do. Initially, the committee talked about making that a higher dollar amount, and I spoke to the committee and shared just my personal opinion that we need to be cognizant of the fact that our patrons are paying more money for everything right now, and people are having to tighten their own personal belts. I did let the committee know that if we run a $9.52 million supplemental levy, we probably will have to make some cuts at the end of this year through attrition, because $9.52 million right now is not the same amount of money as it was 2 years ago prior to all the craziness that's going on. But I think it's the right thing to do. I think we need to demonstrate that we're willing to look at what we're doing, how we're spending money, and tightening our belts a little bit. They decided they wanted to go with, right now inflation is 9%. Their initial thought was, let's increase it by 9%, and I just felt like I just didn't know how to take that to our patrons and justify that.
So in essence, if we keep it the same, we're kind of eating the inflation factor,
Correct.
8% roughly.
Right.
I'm fine with the status quo, letting the patrons decide whether they want to, and I do appreciate them being two separate ballot items. And I have no problem allowing the community to decide whether they would like this or not like this. But yeah, I definitely would not be in favor of increasing it at all right now with the way the cost is, and especially everything that everyone went through. Well, it turned out this year with the property tax increases, everybody got hit with. Some people saw double and triple increases. So yeah, I agree that if we're gonna put this back out to the community, you know, that we stay where it's at. And also, I'm still talking to people that don't understand the school funding in Idaho. That they don't understand that the school only gets, you know, basically body funding based upon what the state says. You know, there's no funding for our buildings, there's no funding for our curriculum, there's no funding for sports or arts, or, you know, people don't really understand that. I think that Superintendent Arnold and Assistant Superintendent Pasley have done a great job throughout the community trying to get that information across, which I appreciate, and I'm sure the community does too. But yeah, it's a necessity, an unfortunate necessity. It would be nice if the school got some of those billions of dollars of surplus that the state has.
Yeah, I think it's frustrating, you know, even just calling it a supplemental. It almost sounds like, okay, you're already given 100% funding. This is to add. This is to add on top of it, and that's absolutely not the case. I mean, if we were paying what the state actually allotted for our teachers and stuff, I mean, we have a hard time as it is retaining teachers and recruiting teachers, paying above what the state is funding us at. So
and
I
even
agree.
the amount of teachers and other support staff and, you know, counselors and all that, you know, they decide, you know, how many we should have too.
Exactly. Yeah, the number and the what they should be paid.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Our greatest gap in our funding is our classified staff. Our levy pays $4 million of our levy just pays for the gap in the funding for classified staff.
That's a huge piece of the picture that, you know, I think really needs to be emphasized as a part of the campaign, so we can help people understand. The state funds a very, very meager basic plan of education, and you know, based on our operation, it does not fully fund the operation, and therefore the need exists for supplemental funds to take care of the areas that are essentially shortfall.
Right, yeah. Yeah, if they want the status quo, so to speak, I mean, I think we're doing pretty good and we're trying to tackle the buildings and the maintenance and all those things, especially with the exponential growth we're seeing, then yeah, it is in the budget. If we want to hand out the meager education without it, we can do that too.
Yeah, I mean, people are moving here because education in Lakeland would look starkly different. It would be that would be a catastrophic hit, I think, to the programs we provide for kids. And one of the things that we're sharing with our patrons is, you know, if the state actually fully funded education the way that we would like to see them fully funded, that could come with strings, and it could be, we're not going to give you a line item for curriculum. We're going to tell you this is the curriculum you're going to use. We're going to give you the curriculum.
But because they don't fully fund education, it does provide our local community to have some say-so over the kinds of things we're doing in our schools. So that's an important piece of the messaging too.
Yeah, and we already know on a good day before the economy got to where it was and where we are with inflation, that just our math, we just spent almost, we might as well call it $1 million. I mean, when the number gets that high, so you figure it takes a minimum of $1 million per subject just to give them the tools And it would be nice to be able to fill all those gaps. So the
And-
teachers had teacher's manual with, you know,
Well, and we have a law on the books that happened last year that nobody knew about. We just found out about it, that says that by June 30th, 2024, every textbook we use in the district must be aligned to the new standards. Which means math, social studies, science, and ELA. So we have to tackle social studies next year to stay in compliance with that new statute.
so if we go forward with this, then this kicks in, so we'd have to pick a date. The recommendation was March. So the vote would be in March and then it would be next. So in essence, the patrons would still have a full year plus a little bit before this, but they really technically shouldn't see much different if it passes, because we're just saying this is the same amount.
And one of the things that will be challenging for us is that people are seeing that their overall taxes have increased, but when they look at by line items, and we had that conversation a little bit last night, at Ep and Apple, but when you look at your taxes, what people are paying to Lakeland, that number is actually going down, but Kootenai County just increased our taxes by 3%, and so we are probably going to have people who are paying more in taxes, not because Lakeland is asking for more, but because other agencies are, but we're all part of the total tax picture for people, so we have to be cognizant of that too.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I've been trying, when I get those questions, I've been trying to explain to people, because they see us as a taxing district, and it's like, well, we're not. The only tax we get is whatever the people are willing to give. So it's not like the fire department and the county and everybody brings their budget, and the highway district, they can increase up to 3% or take foregone, or we don't get any of that. You know, and I think that's another thing that a lot of people don't.
Everything we get has to be approved by our community.
Yeah, so they really are in control, you know, a lot more than they realize already. I think they're starting to realize that though.
Brian, do you have kind of a ballpark figure of how much the market value is increasing year over year in the last, say, 3 to 5 years? Just a bit of a guide.
I could get that information. Last year was dramatic. I mean, it's like 70%. I mean, I think our value last year, that 8.9, it was like 5 point something or 6 point something. It was between valuations increasing and growth, those two factors. So last year was like back in 06 when we had that huge spike just before the recession. Before that, we had a couple years, I mean, they were like, it was anywhere from 15 to 20. So we've had like 3 years it's really jumped. And our historical over the last 20 years is like about 7 or 8%, including the dips and the rises.
Right.
Okay. That's run a little hot too. I mean, more traditional is probably 4 to 6 over if you took any 20-year period. So we're definitely have had a little more than a traditional 20-year span. So the last few years have been anomalies. That won't continue forever.
No. But that's you know, I think it's good information, because what that really tells you is that, you know, if our levy dollar amount stays the same, but the market value for the district goes up, then the tax rate will go down as it applies to individual homeowners.
Yeah, the tax rates, you know, if you look at this, you know, the tax rate per thousand there of $1.06. Last year we were at, with all of our taxes, I believe around $2.25. So we're going to be like at $1.15 because of that huge jump.
And partly because your bonds are dropping off.
Yeah, we're gonna for this year. We're like the property taxes that just came out this year we're collecting the same bond, we're collecting the same supplemental as we did the previous year, but the plant fell off. So our taxes went down by $1 million of our collections.
Right.
And so next year we have one more year of the bonds being at the same amount that we'll ask for. We sort of spread out the last 3 years Steven, and then it'll be 2024 will be a small collection.
Yeah, I guess I feel like the timing is right to make the moves that the committee has recommended. With these other things dropping off, the plant dropping off and the bonds dropping off, pretty soon you're going to be in a position of having a tax increase in order to maintain. And so we need to be cognizant of that factor.
At some point, we're gonna have to run a bond.
Yep.
Yeah.
We are. Any further questions or discussion on this 9 point? And if you refresh, I think we can all now access the calculator because we couldn't before. We only had view rates.
Oh, yeah, it does say view only.
It did pop up. I just couldn't do anything. But I think we now have access. When anybody's ready, I'll entertain a motion on the 2-year supplemental levy.
I'll move to approve to run a 2-year supplemental levy for $9.52 million.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the 6-year plant facility levy for $1.146 million. This was a 2-year thing, right? And we're increasing it to 6?
No, it was 5 years.
Oh, 5 years,
It was
okay.
5.
Okay.
And the term, we could definitely have a conversation about. We chose an even numbered term, because we wanted to avoid a situation where we would have to run a supplemental levy and then a plant facility levy and then a supplemental levy 3 years in a row. So we chose an even number so that we'll have a year where the two will run on the same year, the supplemental and the plant, but not 3 years back to back going out to our patrons. But that could be a 4-year term, it could be an 8-year term, that's up to the board. We picked 6, cause it was around 5 which is where we had been. But there was some talk about if you make it too long, by the time you get to your 6th year, 1.146 probably isn't buying it as much as it did in year 1.
Right.
So, but just, I think the committee felt most strongly about having it be an even number so that we're not running 3 years in a row with the levies. Do we need to have any conversation on the plant facility levy? This is the same amount that we ran previously.
Right. Sorry, I clicked off. You're fine.
summarize, we're asking for
1.146 million.
okay, same thing, alright,
Mhm.
yep. For how many years?
The
The
committee said
recommendation?
6,
Okay.
but recognizing that the board may have a different number in mind, our biggest recommendation just was that it was an even number.
How long again was the levy that we're currently,
That expired last year, 5
Yeah.
years.
5 years?
Which,
So we've maintained at 1.146 for 5 years. I don't know that we should go another 6 years at that amount.
Well, and if you consider, you know, the fact that we are looking at tackling 3 buildings because they have just been sitting in ill repair
Mm-hmm.
because
At this funding level.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and it's 1.7 that we allocated, so it's not
Mhm.
even what the plant facility levy is.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, it's 3 buildings, so if it were just one, it would not be consuming that much.
If we stayed on top of the other
But-
ones.
I
Yeah.
don't know how, with the rising costs due to everything that's occurring, I don't know what we're going to be able to tackle when, I mean, cause we have so many projects, so much repair that needs to be done. And it wasn't, but the roofs were, so that's a major expense that we don't need to look at anymore, but,
I'm just thinking that the 1.146 isn't enough now. How can we even dream that it would be enough
for 6 years.
in 6 years?
So if you go back to that calculator, there is a tab at the bottom for plant levy, and you can change that amount and see what it does to the total. As you can see right now, the annual rate per $100,000 is $13. And if you increase that 1.146, you can see what it does to the overall cost to the taxpayers.
You know, I guess I'd make an observation that, the plant facility levy, you know, is not a huge amount of money, but it's not a small amount either. And it's certainly capable of doing a lot of routine maintenance kind of things. I think we've all said at one point or another that, you know, if and when we have a bond election, that the bond may include monies for major renovations of some of our existing facilities, in addition to perhaps building another building or something of that sort. And that was fairly typical of the pattern that we've used in the past. So, you know, I think, Randy, your observation is a good one, and that is that, you know, 6 years from now, 1.146 is going to be less buying power than it is today, probably, if we, see, I've gotta be careful what I say here. If we continue to have the kind of inflationary factors that we do right now, hopefully that's not going to happen going forward. But I think part of the background thinking here is that, what's the timing of a bond election? I would favor having the plant facilities levy beyond whenever we might be having a bond election. So that that's in place and we're not discussing that or fooling around with that during the period of time when we're working on the bond issue.
That was part of the conversation around the 6-year mark, was if we grow like we think we're going to, we will have to run a bond in the near future, and definitely within that 6-year window.
Well, based on what you provided earlier, I would say we have to run that bond within a year or two, not, I mean,
Yeah.
we have to get
Well,
another school.
so I agree, that's exactly what I'm thinking, and that's why I think that 6 years might be too long, but if we went with a 4-year and we had a bond come through in 2 years, say, that would give us a better understanding of kind of where we're sitting, what we're doing, and then move forward from there with a new plant facility levy.
Cause as it
at
is,
4 years.
yeah, because as it is now, the 1146, if you just said, okay, we've got 11 schools, that's $104,000 a year at each school. I mean, doors, that one set of doors was $350,000, $350,000. So
Yeah.
we'd have to save for 4 years to buy one set of doors for one school. Yeah, so $100,000 per school is paint. Maybe, well, no, you couldn't even paint the school for that. You'd need twice that much to even paint the school.
But if we were running a bond before this plant facility levy ends, and part of the conversation last night at the Long Range Planning Committee meeting was, even if we run a bond to build an elementary school on our Lone Pine site out here at Berkshire, we have to put some things on that bond that positively impact our northern communities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so,
Right.
so we could take care of maybe some big things, I think is the point that Mr. Jones is making,
With bond dollars.
with bond dollars, which would allow us to keep our plant facility flat until we have a better idea moving into the next phase of that, what the needs are gonna be. Because we can do some major renovations.
The other aspect is you don't want to follow that plant facility renewal the year after you run the bond election. Why?
Good point.
Because we just approved a bond election for you, and now you want more money for facilities? So you gotta be careful about how you plan that stuff. The unfortunate thing is we, got kind of dug into a hole here with deferred maintenance over a period of time.
Right.
And you point out, what it costs to
Right.
buy doors or something, but, you're talking about doing that in a building that's part of which is over 50 years old.
Right.
So if you amortize the cost of
Right.
that replacement over that period of time, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
But it hits you all at once, it's a problem.
Right.
That's why, plant facilities funds can be used to do those things along the way pretty well. But anything major, you're gonna have to work it into, and there are a couple of reasons for that. One is, was pointed out, in the past, we've been pretty careful to make sure that kind of everybody gets a piece of the pie.
Right.
When the time comes along,
Right.
for approval of those kind of things.
Well, and even if you added a 9% increase for inflation, takes it up to 1,249,000. So, that's not even. It's a little closer to the 1.7, but.
And then we just have to remember that, that ultimate like the price to the taxpayer is the combination of the two, and that will look like a little bit of an increase because they're not paying for plant facility levy this year.
Right. And that's the point I made a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why we have this, is I mean, obviously, we don't make the decision, we're just making the decision to either give it to them to say yay or nay or not,
Right.
you know? As far as I mean, that's really the only thing our vote does, is say, yep, let them decide. But I think,
But our responsibility is to put something before the voters that, number one, we feel wholeheartedly, you know,
Right.
is possible, and that we're recommending to the voters that they approve it, so that it needs to be a package that we all anticipate they will approve it based on the way we've structured it and put
Right.
it together in terms of cost as well as timing and so forth.
yeah, so I was gonna say, given all of that, I just don't see, even though knowing the realities of the doors and I just don't see that I think they would be very gracious if they gave the district what they've been getting, you know, I
Right.
really do, and this time I don't see any room to, even though we know it could be used to fix a lot of things that we know needs to be fixed. I think we just stick with the recommendation that the committee brought forward.
Do you have any other reflections from the committee as they were discussing this issue?
No, this one was a struggle because they recognize how the condition our buildings are in and how much it actually would take to get them to the level that our community would like to see them.
Right.
But they also recognize that this is the worst economic climate to be going and asking our patrons to support us with levies. And so, and the other part that we actually spent some time talking about is in the November election, the people of Idaho approved the $330 million to K-12 public education above and beyond what the state is currently paying. However, nobody knows what that's going to look like. And the conversations I've had at the state level, it sounds like what they're looking at is a fund that a certain number of districts each year can apply for to receive matching dollars for a bond that they're running to take
Okay.
some of the pressure off of the local communities for building buildings.
Okay.
We're definitely not getting the money for salaries and any of those kinds of things, nothing, I'm not seeing anything, I'm hearing anything about curriculum or any of that. They're really focused on buildings, which could help us when we get ready to run a bond, but that was part of the conversation also, is people know that that money's out there and they're wondering, why are you asking for more money if the state's gonna give you more money? So, I just think we need to be very careful about how much we're asking for right now, until we have a clear picture, and we won't know that prior to our election if we run the election in March.
Well, and I think too, with the improvements that we're making just at the 3 schools, when the public actually sees that and they understand that we are making improvements.
We're using the money we're
Yes.
asking for
Yes.
on the schools.
Yes.
Well, and we were diligent
Absolutely.
even in the way we used our, ESSER dollars.
Yeah.
This board was very intentional about directing, CFO to spend the money on the things that we could spend them on that were budgeted, and then taking that money and setting aside, and that's how we are able to do the things you're asking to
Right.
do. And why we didn't go last year to the patrons for a plant facility levy. So, those are the things I'm sharing. People are appreciative of that. but I think with that $330 million kinda hanging out there, to ask for more that's gonna be a hard sell.
And that was an advisory vote, right? I mean, the decision had already been made by the legislators, and that,
But
the one that was on the ballot that we just
But
voted on.
then they brought it to the taxpayers to ask for permission to do
Right.
that, basically, and that
Yeah.
overwhelmingly passed, because it
Yeah.
had all kinds of, it had the tax breaks for people and the rebates and all of those things,
Mhm.
but, JFAC will take action on it, none of it's been allocated yet, and we don't know, until JFAC takes action, we don't know what the allocation will be. But those are the conversations that we've been hearing from at least the legislators who are not the new legislators coming in, but the ones who have been there. They recognize that we have issues with our buildings. So there could be some assistance with the bonds.
That would be phenomenal.
Would be.
Yeah.
You were gabbling.
Yeah.
I was like, we're done.
Yeah.
That's not
Michelle
fair.
decided we're done.
We don't have one of those.
Man, I had an itch. My heart dropped. I was like, let's go.
Alright, so if there's no further discussion, we can entertain a motion.
I would move that we follow the committee's recommendation and set the plant facility levy at 1.146 for 6 years.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
4 for, 1 against, motion passes. Let's move into the LJSD's administration's recommended date for running the levies. So we need to take action on the date that we'd like the levies to run.
Our recommendation is Tuesday, March 14th, which gives us the opportunity, should one or both not pass, to make a decision about whether to rerun those in May prior to the budget and needing to be adopted by the board.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion on that.
I'll move to approve administration's recommendation on the date for running the levies for March 14th, 2023.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the levy election resolution.
This actually should not be action. This is draft language, and I suppose if the board wants to take action tonight, the intent was to bring the draft levy resolution language to you to kind of digest, ask questions that we can get clarification for you on, and then to approve it at the January meeting. However, if you don't have questions or concerns and you want to approve it tonight, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to take action on it. We weren't too sure why there were 3, and we just assumed that, we had, since we were doing all this tonight, that we would be choosing tonight, but we can.
Yeah, we just have to have the language to the 2 county clerks by the, toward the end of January to have, the ballots ready to go for March election.
Okay. Well, then I would move that we table these until the January meeting.
Would anyone like to have discussion on them? I mean, cause if we table it till the January and then we have questions, that's my only thought.
Yeah, that's fine.
One thing I'd like to point out on the election resolution 1 and 2, there was a comment that, cause on one of them, it's for the school plant facilities. It's, for purposes permitted by law for school plant facility levies, as opposed to more of a descriptive, for the purposes of improving, maintaining, and repairing existing buildings. I personally think roof repairs and replacements needs to be removed. But, I do think that, in this situation, it may be more appropriate to have the meteor, reasoning. Because if we're just saying for whatever it says, then that means we're telling the taxpayer, they have to go look it up and figure it out. If we're just telling them, this is what it goes towards, then that would be a good thing, in my opinion. I'm trying to find where you're at, which one now?
This here?
Yeah, this is just for the there's two for the plant
Right.
facility levies. There's that one, and then there's one that gives
Right
a
here.
very descriptive one, yeah. What I am curious about on the supplemental levy is the purpose for the levy, shows a minimal amount, well, it's not minimal, but $341,000 for safety and security needs, $1.3 million for extracurricular activities and athletics, transportation $765,000, salaries and benefits for teachers, staff, and administrators at $7,113,000. That extracurricular activities and athletics at $1.3 million, what is it that we're paying for?
That's all the transportation to and from both high schools and both middle schools. It's the coaches' salaries, it's the equipment, it's the, hotels and meal per diems when they're traveling to state. That's about what we're paying right now. That's where that number's coming from, for everything related to extracurricular activities and athletics. So it's BPA, it's FFA, it's everything where they travel. Tiger TV, they go to Seattle for the Emmys. It's all of that.
Okay.
It's a lot of money.
The suggestion I would make is the line item where you have salaries and benefits for teachers, staff, and administrators. I think I would include it as classified staff, some way or another, because that's a big piece of it, and it's more definitive in terms of the taxpayer understanding of what's being paid for.
So you think it should say certified staff, classified staff, and administrators?
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah. Because, you know, and actually that's better because certified staff, you know, includes counselors and so on and so forth. Some of the money goes for that.
Yep.
So that's my only input. I do think on the plant facility, we need to be more explicitive.
Yeah, I have one question, if you want to talk about that one for a moment.
Sure.
The one that spells out, you know, in more detail, I would favor, except I noticed there's nothing in there.
Occasionally, we spend some plant facility money for school buses, do we not? And that's not mentioned in the description.
Yeah, we have transferred the dollars over to the bus depreciation
Yeah,
fund.
yeah.
So we could,
So you might want to include
Add that.
a little bit of language there for that.
Okay.
So you're covered.
yeah, the reason that we had two is that, worked with Holly Troxel, who, you know, has been doing a lot of levy resolutions for not just school districts, but also, you know, if there's a ballot language for a fire district or a city or a county, if they're having some measure out there. And there has been changes in the law recently, and so the ballots this year definitely look different than they did just a few years ago because of those legislative changes and where you had to put some more description in. On the plant levy, some districts did the minimal one, saying by all uses allowable by law, and some put in the more detail. So since I asked, I said, what are most districts doing? They said it was sort of there wasn't any definitive method. So I just sort of said, well, give me one with the minimal and one with the more descriptive, and so the board can see that some districts they're doing it both ways, I guess. On the supplemental levy, some districts are getting more descriptive on the line item. There are some limitations on ballot language and how many characters you can have, so you have to provide more detail, but you don't only have so much real estate on the ballot. So they did say that you don't want to get too long, because then you actually have additional cost to you, or the county may not come back to you and say, hey, you need to edit this. So, you know, but we certainly can play with some of that language with the staffing or with some of those line items if the board has, you think some better terms and things like that. Or I could show you an example maybe of what Coeur d'Alene is doing and Post Falls they're running. They're having similar type language. They're all a little bit different, but similar.
My only concern is if we're not descriptive, it appears like we're not telling them what we're using the money for. So I do believe we need to be more descriptive.
I feel like when I'm out talking to community members about the needs that we have and why we feel like that we have to come to them requesting this, to have the ballot language mirror what I'm saying to them,
Yes.
matters.
Oh, hugely.
So, I agree with Board Chair Thompson. I think that the description is going to be imperative.
Yeah.
So between the two, we have the safety and security, sports, transportation, the salaries for everybody. If we change that language over, and then if we look at the other one, we have maintenance, repair, roof, exterior building repairs, replacements, purchase and improve school sites or school sites, build a school or schoolhouses, buildings, other buildings, furnish, equip buildings, including safety, security, LED lighting, heating, ventilation, sanitation, mechanical, appliances, technology, and to maintain and operate the buildings of the district, which all needs. But we are a school district. When will we buy curriculum?
That comes out of general fund, but it won't be plant facilities money.
Yeah, well, I read language from both the plant facilities and the other one.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so we named everything but curriculum, you know, and that's been a huge struggle trying to find the money for curriculum, and you know, we see how much, you know, the teachers are trying to do teachers pay teachers or whatever, but I mean,
No, that's a good point.
yeah, we probably need to make sure we're buying curriculum. You know, we put 1.3 million in sports, but no books. Because we definitely struggle with that line item. That was part of my, I agreed with Randy in the link that the plant facilities levy, I think 6 years is, that's why I voted no, because I think the length of it was too long. I think it should have been shorter, just because the value of the dollar as time goes on. But anyways, to the points already made about the descriptive and being more specific and meeting your terminology that you're using when you're talking to the public. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But we should probably, at least in the 9.5 million we're asking for, maybe put the word curriculum in there. That would be great.
So we could, change that staffing line item and reduce it by the $1 million and have the line item for curriculum there, recognizing that it's all part of the general fund, and we have to find that $1 million to make sure that happens. And part of that is gonna come from cutting back in other places to make sure that we have that money there.
Yeah.
But we can show it that way on the ballot.
Right, yeah, and I think that's important that, you know, we show a commitment to actually providing, you know, curriculum to the schools and the teachers.
And we're currently estimating it's gonna cost us upwards to $1 million a year for curriculum.
Each subject.
Currently.
Yeah.
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 Is
Yeah,
there-
and we do one every year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it would be good to have something in there about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
absolutely.
agree.
Is there a reason that the supplemental levy is line itemed out with dollar amounts as opposed to the plant facility that's just an accumulated category?
That's what I was.
Yeah, that's the intent of the language of the changes in the legislature is what you have listed as, you know, is what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
So what I had listed there, this is what most districts are doing for the supplemental, is really what is a supplemental supporting now? And that's really what our supplemental supporting, we are buying curriculum, but we are buying that with federal dollars. So our general fund budget does not have a $1.2 million line item in it currently right now for curriculum. So if we put this in the levy, then we're sort of adding the $1.2 million. That means we need additional, the federal dollars are gonna go away. So if that's gonna be an ongoing cost for the district, then there's $1 million either additional revenues from, you know, state or maybe increased enrollment, things like that, or reductions in other areas. That's what the board would be saying to the public. So
I think
since
they
the current
expect us to have
Right.
curriculum
Well,
in a school though.
Yeah,
I think
I'm not
that would
disagreeing.
surpass everything else, but.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that what I put up there now, since the committee proposed for the levy to roll,
Right.
what it's currently supporting is all I put those dollars. So, like for transportation, our gap between what transportation costs us and the funding for transportation, that's $765. That's coming out of the supplemental levy effectively. Same as the extracurricular, the state doesn't provide that. That's about our cost right now. So that's how I was able to
Right.
get those dollars and that information.
Yeah, at the same time, you're right, the state doesn't pay for it, and if the patrons wanna pay for it, that's fine too, but the trustees, nor the school district are obligated by statute or otherwise to provide the extracurricular and the athletics either in our state here.
Oh.
So a lot of people
Right.
coming from out of state don't realize that either, you know. But yeah, we'll just have to take it but I think there should be a line item there to, you know, show our commitment to continue what we started last year, you know, to make sure we get the curriculum. And then, you know, I think that we'd be fine once we sort of got the train moving and got on a rotating schedule. Everybody would know what to expect.
Right. I think what Brian is saying, and we just have to be prepared for this when we go into IBB, is that if the district is getting an additional $1 million discretionary in salaries, this line item, this $1 million line item, currently is being funded through the ESSER dollars. It's
Mhm.
not coming out of this supplemental levy, but those salaries and benefits are.
Right.
So we are gonna have to be prepared to deal with the association and saying that we have to put a line item in our budget for curriculum. We're committed to that. And this is what our budget is, so.
Right.
I think that's what Brian is trying to convey to the board, is just that we have to be prepared for that conversation. Because currently the supplemental levy isn't what's funding our curriculum, but we're gonna put it on here so that we're making a commitment to our patrons
Mhm.
that we're going to do that, which means we're gonna have to decrease something else.
You gotta make adjustments across
Right.
the board.
Right, and that money has to come from somewhere. And
Right.
part of it can come from, I already talked to Brian about, once we know what the legislators are going to do with regard to enrollment versus ADA funding. If it stays enrollment, we need to look at how many, FTE is the state allocating for us, and can we get closer to the state allocation without pushing our class sizes to a place we don't want them to be.
Right.
Which then in essence cuts back on some of the gap in the funding for salaries, because we're not paying for extra people. And so we have to look at some of those ways to be able to make some of those cuts. That's what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned that in essence, by keeping the plant facility or the supplemental levy the same, we are going to have to make some cuts
Sure.
to do the things we wanna do.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So it
I
doesn't
just want-
necessarily have to come out of salaries and benefits. I mean, why can't the sports teams go raise their own money? Why
Yes.
do, I mean.
Question on, excuse me.
Go ahead, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify the money that we're paying, for example, for athletic transportation. Does that show up in the transportation line of this or the extracurricular line?
Extracurricular. Yeah, we're, you know, on the iFarms level, we're charging it to $531.
Okay. But that's an area that could be looked at.
Yeah.
I think if we told patrons that we weren't gonna pay as much toward extracurriculars, and that parents were gonna have to fundraise for, trips to state or whatever, we may struggle to get the supplemental levy passed. That's just a reality.
I understand that, but given that the priority of this district must be education, there has to be a compromise somewhere. And I think if, you know, it's, does my kid play sports or does my kid get an education? I don't know too many parents that are like, we're going with sports. I don't care if my kid has an education. I mean, we have to turn our vote around because
I agree.
we have fallen off the education platform. We need to get back up on there. So that's.
But I think we could make an adjustment, for example, in that 1.3.
Oh, yeah.
Not a huge adjustment necessarily, but significant. And creatively find other ways to keep the same programs
Sure.
operating at the
Yes.
level they are.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, that's just one of the challenges that has to be faced.
One of the
And
things.
same thing will be true in terms of salaries and benefits.
One of the things that sports teams used to have to do was if they wanted new uniforms, that they fundraised for
Right.
those
Right.
kinds of things. So we can definitely go back to some of those things, and I know that this board really believes fundraising actually is a great bonding opportunity for teams to come together
Yeah.
around a common goal.
And one of the things they do
And
now, you
have
know,
some
is
skin in
a
the game.
sponsorship type thing. We never used to do that at all in prior years. You know, so that's, you know, going out and getting some business or a couple of businesses or 2 or 3 businesses to sponsor new basketball uniforms or new football helmets or whatever. You know, there are people around who will do that sort of thing.
The problem is that you have some teams that go out and fundraise, and then you have other teams that don't do anything,
Right.
but they want money.
Well,
Right.
that's
You
their
know.
problem then.
Well,
Well, I
this-
know,
this
but
would-
it doesn't make it, people in charge of the money don't seem to see it that way. They wanna just take a little here and a little there, which causes a bunch of headaches and problems at the school level.
Right.
And then parents get upset, you know, because their money's being spent the wrong way. And I guarantee you, if you cut sports out of this district, you won't have a district.
I don't know if
Everybody's-
anybody's saying to do that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you don't fund sports to a certain level, people start pulling their kids and going to other districts.
Right, but I think that's what Bob's stating, is that we need to show some money's going towards
Right.
activities and athletics. But the biggest gripe I hear is the lack of curriculum, the lack of education these children are getting, and that's our main,
Right.
really our only job. So we have to be accountable to the taxpayers, saying, look, we realize we need to get curriculum.
I agree.
So,
Well, and our teachers too. I mean, how frustrating is it that they have to scour the internet and their friends' little huddle that they have for curriculum.
right,
I mean, how frustrating is that you're hired to do a job where there are no tools provided.
right.
We want you to go get, great test scores, and we want you to produce all these great educated kids, so figure it out. That's just ridiculous. That we have to quit doing that. If we want top-notch teachers and a top-notch district, and we want to actually do the job that the voters are paying to happen, it takes curriculum, and it's not cheap. It doesn't take football jersey, it doesn't take the chess club, it doesn't take these things, and I'm all for those things. I mean, all my kids played sports. I have nothing, but we have to have curriculum, and we have to support our teachers and give them the tools that they need. So we have to adjust these line items, I guess, and find a line item for curriculum on there.
Well, I don't think that it has to come out of all of one place either.
Right, yeah,
absolutely.
a little
I don't
of
think
everything.
if we,
Yep.
Absolutely not.
There's not a lot of room to cut at the safety and security, but we also need to remember, I guess, I was just thinking as Trustee Grissom was talking, this is actually the gap between what we currently have in
Right,
our budget
yeah.
and what the supplemental levy is providing to. So, just by changing some of these numbers and getting our curriculum on there, we're basically showing that we still have a gap in all of these areas. This is the part of the gap that this is paying for. We may have some additional gaps that we're gonna have to figure out
Right,
in the
right.
general fund.
Yes. Yep.
So it's just thinking about it differently as we're putting those numbers down. So the notes that I've made for Brian and Lynn and me is, we will add a $1 million line item here for curriculum, and we will adjust the rest of those numbers so that it all equals out to the 9.52.
You got it.
perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you want a motion to table this?
That is the motion on the table.
Okay, thank you.
We got into discussion,
We
so I
did.
don't know if anybody remembers. I made a motion
You
to
did.
actually table it until January, but I don't know if we need to, for the changes to be made.
Correct.
Yeah,
I'll
so-
second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to approve or denying the LHS bleachers as surplus. This appears to be for the little bleachers that are upstairs in the wrestling room. Any questions, comments, discussions on this matter?
We did look at, is there any way to reuse these somewhere else, but in the way they have to be taken apart, the second that you do that, putting them back together, they can't guarantee that they will be safe. And so, the company told us that they did not think that was a wise move.
And why would anybody buy them? I mean,
Right.
they're only worth the salvage value, basically.
We're
Which is
just approving the disposal of them. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're selling them or auctioning them off. We're just getting rid of them. Yes, it says sealed bid, public auction, but if they're no value, then, I mean, if nobody buys them,
You wanna buy them, Dave?
But if somebody did, like,
I just think
say
they-
for the
yeah.
wood
we
or
want it, yeah,
whatever, yeah.
if somebody wants
There's no
it.
wood.
What do you think? What do you think?
I just have a hard time believing that they
Can't
can't
use
be
them?
reused somewhere. Because I'm
I
a
believe they
mechanic
can.
and I can see things and it doesn't seem right to me that we're just gonna dispose of them. You break them down 4 levels, you move here, you put them on some wheels and attach them to the wall when they come out. I don't know, but they seem to think that they can't be used anywhere else, all the experts, so.
Just the dollar amount value to do a sealed bid by Idaho code is $1,500. That's why that's on, because that dollar threshold's so low. Now, if we put it out there and no one bids on it, then you do that a couple times, then we can dispose of them by policy in the most economical way, but we do have to go through the process.
Right. Dave, where do you think they should go?
I was just thinking like the junior high, but
Yeah. Sorry. I've
those are
been
older,
sitting on
those bleachers
bleachers.
are older than all of them.
Yeah, they are very old.
And even if you just took 1 or 2 rows would be better than, I don't know.
Well, some of those boards are doing this. I mean, it's at the
Those
junior
ones.
high, yeah,
Oh, at the junior high? Yeah.
it's crazy.
And those ones upstairs are like brand new. I think we've used them twice that I can remember.
What did they get used for?
They, once in a while during the district tournament, when we'd have all the districts together for wrestling, that's
Right.
about the only time I can remember them coming out.
That's what I was thinking.
But,
Anytime you host a major tournament, you're probably gonna.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't, all the schools decided they won't have their own district tournament, so we're not gonna have the big one anymore. Oh, that room, they're talking about converting it into a wrestling room, softball and baseball are excited about using our room because it's longer, so they can pitch and hit in there easier. And then also share that big room with cheer. They're talking about maybe having cheer up there so they don't have to pull out their mats every time.
I guess my concern is that we just paid, I don't know, what do we pay for the bleachers?
800.
Huh?
800,000?
184.
100 and some thousand.
184.
Yeah, for brand new bleachers. Then we turn right around and give a set of bleachers away.
That are brand
Because
new.
we don't. What kind of signal does that send to our taxpayers?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we don't need them up there. We could use them elsewhere,
Maybe.
but people are telling us no.
Because they're designed to come,
Forward, or
Backward.
Backward, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're not a normal,
no, they're a
Bleacher.
specific area to use them at.
I don't know. I can't remember, does Timberlake have bleachers in the balcony?
No.
No, that's our weight room.
I don't know where you'd use them.
The junior high.
Yeah, at least the wood, huh, and then maybe repurpose, I mean, I don't know.
There's
They're
not, I don't
metal
think
and
there's wood on
plastic.
them.
They're metal and plastic.
Yeah, they're like brand new. I just think if you had got somebody that is an engineer,
Yeah.
figure it out.
Then the question would be the cost
You know
of that
what?
engineer to figure it out. Is it more than the surplus?
Well, can
Well,
we
we
just,
have K-Tech down there full of kids, let them figure it out.
That'd be a great project.
actually, my brother-in-law's an
Hey.
engineer, mechanical engineer.
Yeah.
I could have him look at them, see what he thinks. But
I'm just gonna filter all sorts of.
I seen, have you ever
Coffee
seen the
says bring it
bleachers
on.
they have on wheels and they wheel them around like a football stadium or like the hub or whatever? They just
They're
attach them to the
portable
wall.
bleachers?
Yeah, they're portable. They attach them to the wall or the floor and then they pull them out. It's just like I think the junior high, you put them up against the wall, you wheel them out, you attach them to the wall, and then you go back and or you reattach them to the wall or whatever. But I think it can be done, but.
Alright, well, I need a motion to approve or deny the LHS bleachers as surplus.
I don't think anybody's real comfortable in making that decision, just because we're all wanting.
Okay, do we wanna table it?
Can we make a motion to
Do whatever
move
you
them
want.
so we can utilize that facility upstairs?
So you wanna make a motion to?
We have the
Remove
club,
them.
just remove them to maintenance or wherever, storage.
We
But-
don't have storage
don't have
anywhere.
storage.
Okay.
We don't have room.
But,
Dave's barn.
Dave's barn. No. The wrestling club's already told the high school they would purchase brand new mats, you know, which is $20,000,
Right,
you know, for the wrestling club, for the wrestling club. I don't know.
And there's not enough space to put those down, the bleachers in there.
No. They take up about 1,000 square feet.
I move that we table the LHS bleacher decision until we have further information or
okay.
further ideas on.
Is there particular information you want me to try to get?
We'd like to see if K-Tech can do something with them to make them usable in another location.
Is the motion to table indefinitely?
Next month, I thought she said. Did you not say?
I don't think I said when.
Well, in my head you did.
Thank God I'm not in your head, but
You have no idea.
yeah, I don't think indefinitely. I don't know.
I will reach out to Colby
Okay,
and I'll have that information on the board follow-up.
okay.
And then we can have the agenda item on there, and if that information is conducive to a decision, we can take action. If it's not and we need further information, we can keep working at it.
Okay.
Does that meet the board's needs?
Yep. Good with it.
I'm good with that.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to approve or deny the school bus as surplus. And there's actually school buses. Looks like there are
A whole list.
11. I'm really surprised that there are 3 newer ones with almost half the mileage as the other ones that we're surplusing. And we're saying that they're beyond economic repair. Why is that?
Yeah, those 3 buses have, were effectively lemons. I think they've replaced engines in them already. Once, they've just been terrible.
Ones with 110,000 miles on them.
Yeah, they've been awful. So, you know, that's at least according to Rod and Bert, our mechanics. But, the other ones, of course, are very old. So they've,
Who makes that bus?
I
The
see.
IC.
I see, yeah.
IC, is that the company's name?
Yeah. So, I just know that those 3, they, a lot of issues with leaks and, I don't know, if they've
Are they
been,
not currently being used?
no, none of these buses are being used. When we went to, you know, having a driver do a elementary route and the same driver do a secondary route and the split bell schedules, you know, we don't need as many buses. It cut that was one of the other reasons we really went to that model, was to not need the number of buses that were required to have the same bell schedule across the district.
So if you get rid of all of these, how many buses will you have remaining?
I mean, we'll have probably 40, 45,
Okay, and we have how many routes?
around 30, 32.
So you got plenty of extra.
Yeah, so these are just really just taking
Taking
room up in
space,
the,
yeah.
in the
Get rid
bus
of it.
yard, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So, I mean, easiest way would be we could try to sell them individually, or we could just put it as a lot, you know, sort of like how you surplus computers sometimes. You say, we have a pallet of old computers, I mean, you used to do that even now, but, and we could just try to say, sell them as a lot and see if somebody, one of the dealers, either Harlow's or Bryson or one of them, sometimes they get used buses, so we might be able to get a price for them.
Is there a way to structure that as an either or?
You could say, all these buses, what would you give us total, or give us each line item for a bus, but the total value overall will win the bid. And we can have the language in there that we, if we thought it came in too low, that we have the right to reject any or all bids.
But I was just thinking, you know, if there wasn't a dealer out there who was interested in particularly some of these really old ones, you know, they wouldn't, maybe they wouldn't bid on it at all. Maybe they would, I don't know. But typically, you can find some guy that wants to make a half-baked camper out of a school bus.
Right.
You know, that'll buy one for a few $100.
Right.
So if you could structure it so it could kind of go either way, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think we may try to do it in one fell swoop, and if that doesn't go, then I think we just start asking them, you know, locals if there's any interest and things like that.
Yeah. I would move that we declare the list of buses as presented as surplus property and that they be out for sealed bid.
Yeah, I'll second that. Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to board policy. The policy committee is presenting 2 policies and a procedure and form. The use of therapy dogs in the district is a new policy. We had one of our schools approach us because they want to use therapy dogs in their schools. They couldn't do it without policy. So that's what prompted the creation of this policy. We have a form and a procedure with respect to that, with respect to the therapy dog. The form would be sent to all parents, I believe, letting them know the therapy dog's there, and then they have to give permission or say, they have to say yes or no with whether or not your child participates. So it's not there's no loopholes, at least we're hoping not. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the therapy dog policy?
I have a question. So are you gonna have insurance on these dogs, their own? Cause I feel like if a dog bites a kid at the school, this district's gonna get sued.
Not hearing yet. There was, I do believe there's language in there, credentials. On page 3, the first paragraph below the bulleted items, the policy states, the supervision and care of the approved therapy dog is solely the responsibility of the therapy dog handler when the therapy dog is on district property. Therapy dog handler will assume full responsibility and liability for any damage to district property or injury to district staff, students, or others while the therapy dog is on district property. The therapy dog handler must maintain an insurance policy that provides liability coverage for the therapy dog while on district property. So we do put that burden on the dog handler.
Yeah, and that's part of the document, the paperwork too.
Okay.
It says that you have to provide proof of liability coverage for the dog
Yeah.
while on district property.
And the application process is in there too.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Policy committee is recommending the adoption of this,
Yes.
so moved.
We have one more policy to go over. Does anyone want to second Rob's motion right now? So we can pass this for the therapy dogs?
I'll second. Yep.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't know what to do.
My only concern that I've had ever since the beginning is I don't know how we're gonna accommodate staff that have allergies. They can't be in the building. It'll be through the whole circulation system. I mean, are we gonna make a move to another school?
I would say no.
You know, I just don't know how that's gonna be handled. I mean, I think the dog's a great idea and all that, but, I don't know what the impact's going to be on the staff, on the other students for that matter, I think most of them are probably fine, but, I'll just vote nay,
Okay.
so we can move on.
You can have further discussion if you want. You don't have to.
Yeah,
It's up to
well,
you.
I don't know how we would resolve that anyways, it's fine, I know they've been waiting a long time for this to go through, so.
Okay. So that's 4 in favor, 1 against, motion passes.
May I get clarification? Are 3 policies being approved on this one motion, 2585, 2585P, and 2585F, or just 2585?
The form and the procedures also go with the policy. Were you motioning to approve those as well?
The form and the plan as well.
So we need another motion? Or
No,
do it all in one?
we just need clarification.
Yeah.
Was it just the policy, or were you moving to approve the plan and the form as well?
To expedite matters, that includes all.
Does the vote remain the same?
Yes.
If so,
Yes.
then yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
The next policy that made it through the process was the student club's equal access. It's the policy committee's recommendation to take the student clubs to sponsored only, not to not include the non-sponsored. Surveys were sent out to everyone with what happens in policy committee in case we need clarification. The committee works on the policy, we send out the drafted changes to teachers, parents, and students, and then we get comments back. And then we make revisions, corrections, because some people are like, this makes absolutely no sense, so then we reread it again and we'll put new language in it, and then we bring it to the board. This went out to everyone. There wasn't, I think there was one comment that, is it 1 or 2 comments that were like, you should be all inclusive of all the clubs? But for the most part, with the exception of that 1 or 2 comments, everyone was in favor of keeping the club sponsored and making it about academic. So, with that being said, I mean, that doesn't take away from any of the athletic clubs or the drama clubs or even the chess, because that all aligns with a curriculum. So, or that all aligns with an academic measure. Unless you have a different thought on that, Bob.
Well, I'm just trying to think now, how would a Letterman's Club, for example,
What's a Letterman's
fit
Club?
into the
Do we
definition?
have a Letterman's
We
Club?
don't have a Letterman's
I don't
Club.
even
That's
know.
an old term.
I don't even know what
know.
that
The L
is.
Club?
What is
I'm
it?
using hypothetical.
So, Key Club,
Key Club,
which is a civic organization, ties into civics, which would be the American government.
Or the anime club that one email mentioned earlier, which is basically art or computer graphics. You know, it's
So we
a
have
form of
computer
Japanese
science,
art.
we have
yeah.
computer science classes and
Yeah,
art
and
classes.
So there are, I mean, I don't think it's that far of a, you know, if we look at them straight across, I'm trying to think what else.
National Honor Society ties into leadership. I mean, that's an academic club anyway. You have to be a strong academic student to even be part of that club.
I think something to note too is one of the requests is that we would really look at how many active sponsored clubs versus non-sponsored clubs do we have. And I think out of the whole list between the 2 middle schools and the 2 high schools, we only had 2 non-sponsored, but we all, like aviation was one of them. We felt like some of this is just restructuring our language specific to, like, we have a lot of things that are tied to classes that we call the club, but they're not really. So we were, like, the policy team felt like a lot of this already fits in. We just need to kind of reallocate the names in a way that fits. But a lot of the parents on that committee, when we read some of the guidelines as far as a non-sponsored and what that means and like the lack of parent permission, that was their biggest concern. So when you looked at currently what's on the books as far as clubs, there were 2 that we felt like anime was the other one that, I mean, really it could line up with a class. And so there was lots of discussion about even some of the inactive ones that we just haven't moved forward with. They could be tied to classes. We just, again, need to restructure the language and how we're doing it, and then have a teacher willing to sponsor it.
So would the application process then require some work to show alignment of
Yes.
alignment to standards or?
Right. Where it's falling within the academic world.
Yeah. So I get clubs are super important.
I agree.
Probably should have added, or at least, well, I guess the board all has access to this, it's in their thing, but just
I thought
looking.
that was provided, and I was surprised it wasn't there.
Yeah, the comments that we got,
Don't we usually provide those?
We haven't typically.
We haven't?
I don't think so.
No, we have.
We put parent input for the curriculum.
For
things.
the
Okay.
curriculum stuff, but not for
Not-
policy.
okay.
That is
Um,
something if you want, I mean, I would say particularly we did a lot with this particular, that it might be worthwhile for the board to see like even what the active clubs are. 'Cause we even went down to like how many members do we have?
Right.
I mean, I could send that out really fast, or we, you know, do you want me to send it to everybody right now?
Sure, why don't you do that?
So I also want to be clear that some of those clubs that were non-sponsored in the past quite possibly were operating outside of board policy anyway,
Right.
because they had outside people
Right.
leading them, and they non-sponsored by our policy. Non-sponsored clubs were supposed to be student-led, and
Yes.
any adult in there was supposed to be there in a non-participatory.
Right.
And it could
So-
only be a staff member, they couldn't have outside people.
So there, it's even if we didn't change it, a
They're
lot
out.
of those clubs were operating against board policy anyway.
Right.
So I want to make that clear. The second thing is, could we add on the second page, under number 1, where we talk about how they have to submit the form to the principal stating the name specific. Can we add the estimated financial impact, because these are supposed to be sponsored?
Yes.
So we need to make sure that this is where we want that information, because now all of them will be sponsored, so we need to know what that financial impact is going to be on the district if we're going to.
I just sent you right now the list that we put together. These are the active clubs, resolution numbers, and then the stakeholder input. It should come to the top of your email right now if you want to see that.
Could I clarify some of your new language? I think it's on the first page. Anyway, clubs are restricted to subjects offered at the school, supported by the school. Is that subjects supported by the school or something else supported by the school?
Sorry, Bob. What was that?
That new language that states clubs are restricted to subjects offered at the school, which is clear, and then it's comma supported by the school. Is that subjects that are supported by the school or something else that's supported by the school?
It would be subjects supported by the school
Okay.
and subjects directed by school staff.
So by definition then the club has to be tied to a current subject in the school.
Yes.
Somewhere or another.
Yes.
And is that clearly spelled out in the application process?
I have to rewrite the application based on the new language. I started that process, and then we started having the conversation about our policy, so we pushed pause on the application. So now, once you guys approve this, and I'm making notes of the changes that you're requesting, then I will bring to the next board meeting a draft application for clubs based on the adopted policy.
And if this policy is adopted, it would go into force next school year?
That would be my question too, is when we would make that effective.
So then, would any existing club or group have to reapply, or would we reevaluate their status, or what would happen that way?
Like I said, my recommendation would be, since the policy clearly states that school-sponsored clubs are appropriate. We have several that have been approved that are school-sponsored. My recommendation is we wouldn't ask them to reapply, but we have some on there that have been approved that are not school-sponsored that would have the opportunity to reapply if they want to try to reapply as a school-sponsored club. That would be my recommendation.
And, you know, I've heard you talk about the fact that the elementary schools have these groups that come together that call themselves a club, but they're not really a club. How do we clarify that for the future?
I think we just work with the elementary principals so that we're just not using the word club. It's really learning opportunities. So we can have a cooking, learn to cook for 4 weeks.
So if a group of 5th graders wanted to have a chess club, would they follow this policy?
If it was truly a club, I would think yes.
Yeah. And what subject would you envision that be attached to?
Math, critical thinking, strategic thinking. There are standards.
Problem solving.
There are standards and
strategy.
Our new math standards spend a lot of time talking about strategy. Spatial reasoning as you're looking at that board and seeing the loops and
oh, there was another thing I had on here for. Oh, the content and placement of club posters or advertisements shall be approved by the club sponsor. I disagree, and I think that should go to the approval of the principal.
Which one is that?
Letter D in the, what page is this? The third page.
Yeah.
The contents and placement of club posters or advertisements shall be approved by the club
Where does the
sponsor.
footing language go? Cause we always put the,
Where did what?
there's no footing, well, we always put the page numbers and identify the policy down there so that people can, it's not there.
Okay, sure, yeah, that was
I would agree, that needs to be the principal. Which I thought it was.
I thought it previously was too, but that may have been in a section that's crossed out. I didn't worry about going through all of those to find. Club posters need to have a disclaimer and poster
Yeah, it
content and
was.
placement shall be approved by the principal or designee. It's on the last page, it's on,
Under A,
yeah.
number 1, you just need to move it, I guess.
So that piece should have actually just been moved up to that.
I think we
Instead of
actually meant to strike
stripping.
through the other one and leave that one open. I think that's way to get to.
So is this the right policy?
The right policy?
Version
Oh,
of the
oh.
policy.
Here we'll work at 3225, or is that what we're on,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm pulling out.
Okay, so since you're doing that, so I went and asked my AI buddy, is chess playing related to math? And she says, yes, chess playing can be related to mathematics in several ways. First and foremost, chess involves logical thinking and problem solving, which are both fundamental concepts in mathematics. In order to succeed at chess, players must be able to think ahead and predict their opponent's moves, as well as evaluate different potential strategies and calculate the best course of action. The skills are similar to those used in mathematical reasoning and problem solving. Additionally, chess involves counting and arithmetic, as players must keep track of the number of pieces on the board and their relative positions. For example, players must calculate the number of possible moves for each piece, as well as the potential risks and rewards of each move. This can require basic arithmetic skills such as addition, subtraction, and multiplication. Overall, while chess is not necessarily a direct application of mathematics, it does involve many of the same skills and concepts, making it a useful tool for developing mathematical thinking and problem-solving abilities.
That's why it took such a big computer to play chess.
Board games.
Win deep blue.
Yep.
Sorry, my nerd just came out. Yes, I did. Just laughing at me.
So did you, was it the same?
It was,
Yep.
it is,
Yep.
we talked about that, 'cause yeah, what went out to parents said, club sponsors.
Yeah. Okay, so it's definitely the right version of the policy, so it just need to tweak that. And then where was that list?
So Randy, you wanted us to add, about financial considerations for the club?
Yes.
Yep. Language to number 1 on page 2. I wrote down a note.
Because that's in the request form, I think it should be included on that. I think that needs to be right up front.
I agree. Okay. So, shall, I'll entertain a motion, or if we want to table it, just need to know what you guys wanna do with that one.
Yeah, I'm good.
Does anyone wanna make a motion? On policy 3225?
I would move to approve the policy 3225 with the additional changes that we spoke about.
A second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 1 nay. 4 in favor, 1 against, the motion carries.
Can I clarify when we're starting this? Are we saying for the fall of next year?
Well, the policy goes into effect now.
Right.
The clubs that are currently in existence would stay, but the policy goes into effect now.
So if we had a new club that wanted to come forward, they could.
Yes.
Everybody that's in right now is
Existing clubs are.
grandfathered in for this school year.
Right.
Alright, and so I did make a recommendation, are you okay with that recommendation that clubs that you approved that are school sponsored don't have to reapply, but clubs that were approved that are not school sponsored will need to reapply using the new application?
Actually, no, because I'd really like to know what the financial considerations are with all these clubs.
So we're
Cause
gonna
we
have
don't
to
find out
reapply.
until we get the stipend requests and all that stuff, so.
It also will give them an opportunity to show the tie
Yeah.
to the
Yep.
curriculum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
'cause
all
not all
clubs-
of them
All clubs will reapply
were
this year.
originally
Yeah.
spelled out very well, so that
All clubs will
yeah.
apply at the start of next year, you said?
I'll ask them to start submitting those in the spring so we can get them approved and ready to go.
Next, we have to approve or do.
Did you want further?
Oh, did you want
Did you
further
want further
discussion, Bob?
discussion?
I have one other question, but that's, I'll ask it to later.
You can ask it now, so we're all here.
Well, it's kind of the elephant in the room, and will this policy that we've just approved
Mm-hmm.
exclude the Young Life Club,
Yes.
for the record?
Unfortunately.
Unless
Unless it
they
is
are-
curriculum focused.
Right, and
If,
I thought
If
that's where they
he-
played chess and all that.
they do, they're board
Oh,
games, so
okay.
there are,
And anime.
They can read.
yeah,
so they can reapply and he's
Yeah.
aware.
yeah, and as,
And as long as there's a curricular tie,
yep,
you'll see the tie and you'll be able to make.
And they do
informed
the
decision.
drug-free thing, the anti-drug thing, and they do,
They do community
community
service
service, yeah.
projects.
There's a lot of health standards built into what they do.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So, in answer to your question, maybe not,
Maybe, maybe not.
maybe, maybe not.
I anticipate that application will come forward.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, Paul? Okay. Moving on to approve or deny the winter athletic schedules.
Move to approve.
Second. We're like, let's go, that was.
I would like to point out that the middle school's wrestling co-ed is already complete, and we're just now approving the schedule.
Well, the wrestling actually you've approved already. She just put the whole forward, the whole
Co-ed one?
folder on there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember.
Okay.
It's just the basketball.
That's fine. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
May I get clarification, who seconded these?
You can give it to Randy.
Okay.
I'll share.
Moving on to the high school graduation dates, we need to, it just says approve, but we can deny. We can approve or deny the high school graduation dates.
I move to approve the graduation dates.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
I have a question.
go for it.
Yep. Why do we do the high schools like Timberlake and Lakeland all the way in real life, to real life? Especially Timberlake, I know that's a long drive from Spirit Lake all the way to Post Falls for family to attend the graduation.
They have the facilities.
I know, but there's nowhere, I mean, we can't do it at the high school, even out on the football field, or?
Our Junes are
We're at the mercy of the weather.
typically rainy, especially that time of year. When Timberlake was doing it at Timberlake, lots of families were unable to actually sit in the gym where the kids were graduating and had to sit in the cafeteria and watch it on the television.
Yeah, we only got tickets, 2 tickets
Mhm.
per student, yeah.
Right. So, the families actually, Ryan did do a survey of families after the first time they did it, and they appreciated the venue. So I
Now
know.
you get like 10 tickets.
Yeah,
per-
10
per student.
10 per
Yeah.
student.
I think that's
Well,
what they got.
just curious, and I don't know if we've entertained talking to real life, but they just built a large facility out on Highway 54. Does that have an auditorium that can address the size of that group?
I think that's a question to ask. So it has a capacity of about 700 people right now,
Okay.
and they're planning on opening, but actually December 18th is when they're gonna have their soft opening.
Okay.
But I don't know if 700 people is enough to accommodate.
Okay.
That would be a Mr.
We-
Beverly question.
We can ask Ryan to ask
That'd be great. I mean,
Pastor Lazen,
okay.
if we could approve the
dates, the
date,
time.
and it does say real life, but it doesn't actually say which campus.
Correct.
So we could clarify the campus.
Oh,
All right. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Yeah, I forgot where we were.
I was just curious, cause it's, I know that
Yeah.
some families, might not be able to make it, or,
Mhm.
I was just curious as why, how we ended up going with
Okay, and last curriculum, or the last item for action is the curriculum. First point that I'd like to point out is somehow we've kind of, I'm not really sure how we got here, and I've not brought it up before, but on the supplemental curriculum, with all of the library books that keep filtering forward, every single one of them, that was never the intent with the board's approval for supplemental curriculum. I do believe we need to address the content that is allowed in our libraries, whether it be via policy or whatnot. But the supplemental curriculum is supposed to be about supplemental curriculum. If a book is being brought forward because a teacher's going to be using it or as a read aloud or whatnot, that's one thing. But every single book that's gone into the library, I don't know how we got off on that tangent. I have an idea, but regardless, does this board want to keep approving every single library book, or do we want to adopt either some policies, or I don't know if we have guidelines, I'm sure we do, but to revamp this so that we're not ending up with 16 pages and parents aren't having to read every book? I mean,
Yes.
I know
Well, and I don't
parents
know that they're
might-
even reading
They're not.
the books anyway, they're just going online and reading the reviews.
Reviews,
Right.
correct.
So,
Which,
I mean,
at least somebody's looking at it, but
I agree.
the
Yeah.
intent was never for this board to be
Yeah.
every single book, and
Mhm.
somehow we got here, and I've noticed it, and then I had a little conversation with Assistant Superintendent Dr. Presley going, how did we get here? I mean, I have an idea, but we won't go there. So, is it okay with everyone if we stick strictly to the supplemental curricular materials from this point forward?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And may I just add a little bit of information that might even make you feel a little bit better about what we're doing, because I think this is the right move. Two things. I agree with you that we have, and she left, but
Mhm.
we have some books in our library that are highly pornographic.
Yep.
That none of us was aware of, and we need to take care of that.
Yep.
And we will. But and that's at the high school level. Lynn and I have been working with, so Melanie Worth, who is the librarian at Timberlake Middle School, is our lead librarian for the district. We met with her and just did some problem solving as to how do we give parents more voice with regard to what kids are checking out in the library, because that's what our parents are asking for,
Right.
right? They want to control the kinds of books their kids are reading. That's their right as a parent.
Right.
So at Timberlake Middle School, Melanie has categorized her books according to some of these hot button topics that parents are trying to avoid. So the social reform and some of those things, and there are families, I love Harry Potter, but there are
Yeah.
families who do not like Harry Potter and don't want their kids reading anything to do with magic. And so she has gone through her library and she has categorized books in that way. So social reform, magic, other things. And what we talked about was in the registration packet, there can be a letter to parents that tells parents, in our libraries, we have books that fall into these categories. If any of these categories are books you would prefer your child not have access to, please mark them. And we will put that information into our library system, and they will be unable to check out books that fall in those categories. And then all she has to do as a librarian is take that form, and if a parent marks, I don't want any magic, she marks the magic books, and then if a kiddo tries to check a book out that contains magic, she'll get an alert saying this child can't check this book out. And I think that's what our parents are asking for, is some control. But that way it gives parents the opportunity to have a voice and have some control over what their child
Right.
reads, but not over what everybody else's children have access to.
Right.
Because every parent wants to be able to make that choice for their own child.
Correct.
So that is something that we have been working on, and as long as the board is comfortable moving forward, that's another like protective layer, I guess, that we can put in place to provide that opportunity for parents.
Okay.
I like it.
I do too.
Yeah, that's a
I
good
really
one.
like it. I also want to, our librarians are doing an amazing job with
Oh,
knowing
yeah.
the books that they're bringing into their libraries, and I think that we need to trust that they're doing the right thing for our kids too, so, without having to come and speak to us at every board meeting.
Right.
I don't think that's never,
Right.
that's fair
Right.
on them.
They are doing a really good job, but we do have some
Absolutely.
books that
Yes, we
we
do.
did not really.
Yeah, they have no category here.
No.
Yeah,
And-
that's a no for every student to check out. That's a notification for
So
everybody.
I learned last night at the Athol Baptist Cookies and Conversation meeting that there's a law in Idaho that says it's against the law to provide pornographic information to children, with the exception of in a library, public library, or a school library. And I said, what? Why would there be an exception for school libraries? Well, it's because it falls under the auspices of educational opportunities or something. So there are legislators, and there was a bill that passed the House last year that was going to take that exemption out of that statute, and it got drawered, which I didn't even know was a term until last night. It got drawered in the Senate, and
Committee, held in committee.
yes,
Yep.
and so it never came out, so it just died. And so they are going to try to come back again and take that exemption out. I think it's in our best interest that we have something that states that while the law gives us exemption, we do not believe that this is an appropriate type of book for us to have in our libraries.
Right.
The things that I read last night were alarming. So we do have some work to do, especially at the high school level. But I do think that if we could have the policy committee draft something that gives some guidelines for parameters. Because these are sexually explicit and graphic, like the details are embarrassing to read. I cannot believe we have these books in our library.
Yeah, I think that, obviously, policy, but I also think that, you know, this might be a good opportunity for a committee, so that they can sort of do all that footwork. I mean, if they've already got all the information, they can do the footwork, bring it to the board, and then the board can decide, well, yeah, maybe, or, well, no, we just need to, you know, make sure it's labeled, or
Right.
whatever, you know, so that we're not trying to, because
I don't wanna censor the library, but
Right.
I do want to be,
categorize it, yeah.
but I do want it to be appropriate
Right.
for a public school library.
Right.
And there just are some things that should not be in a public school library.
Right, and that's so funny because that's such a stark contrast to the sex ed law. I mean,
I know.
you know, so, but yeah, and the other thing that's, you know, so dumbfounding is that, it would die in committee, when we're asking to just not allow pornography to
I
be
know.
available to our school
Let's have some
children.
common sense. I would, I guess, request when the policy committee is looking at policy around this topic, we used to have a policy that outlined the process for a parent to go through if they came across a book that they felt was not appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find that anywhere in our policy manual anymore, so if we could look at
Yeah.
what ISBA has for that, there was definitely a process that they followed. And it allowed us to do our due diligence to either determine that this is a parental concern, that maybe we just need to mark that your child can't read this book, but it's not inappropriate for school, or we agree with you, this is inappropriate for school, we're gonna remove it, but that, I can't find it, so I'm not sure it exists anymore.
The actual hard copy policy manual book that we have, it maybe there's one in there.
Okay, I can.
Yeah.
There's a process, we have a process.
But it's not in policy anymore.
It's in policy.
I looked for it, I could not find it. Which policy is it?
We were looking at it earlier.
Should be in the top right-hand corner of the
For this
policy.
guiding committee, because it states that it's declared to be the policy of the legislature to restrain the distribution, promotion, or dissemination of policy material or of material harmful to minors, or of the performance of obscene performances or performance harmful to minors.
Hey, never mind, maybe we have it still. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find it.
I mean, would it be
No, well,
worthwhile
and
that,
that was,
ISBA came out with some new language around that, and then
I just pulled this
we've
up.
updated, the girls have been doing some additional stuff, so like just
This is different. from
putting
what
some
we
of
were
those, like Lisa and I have a meeting set with, Janella and Melanie to kind of revamp some of that and play around with some of the procedures, and then we bring it to policy and just say, here are some of our ideas, cause they have some additional ideas in addition to the categorizing, but we just update that policy, and ISBA has some new guidance too, so, is that, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe we can forget the reference
Okay,
to that, so we can have that information.
okay.
The statute, or the bill that died, or whatever it was that, some of the information you were sharing, maybe you could share with the policy committee, so we have that
Okay.
when we're drafting something for the books.
Okay. Well, and it might,
But we'll also work that too.
it's gonna come back, so that might be one we wanna give input on to our local legislators, that we are in support of
Yep.
changing that law.
Yep.
That's my bookmark for.
Alright, so with that in mind, Janelle would like to discuss with us some of the tabled books.
Yeah. Okay, so, quick question. Do I need to address any of the stuff that was on the supplemental, because I did read it all?
Bless your heart.
There were four books on there, that I read, and so I can give reviews, because 4 of them, there were a lot of things that were said. So do you want me to address those 4 books as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so beginning with a few books from the table list. So regarding The Naturals by Jennifer Lynn Barnes, this was on October 12th, the supplemental review. SH stated, I would want to read first before saying yes, some reviews state it was inappropriate for kids. I read it, and it's completely appropriate for high school, and it's even appropriate for middle school. It kept me on the edge of my seat. I read it in one sitting in like 2 hours. It was that good. There's no vulgarity in it. There's no it was really good. It was more suspense than anything else, but it was really good. There's no reason it can't be in the libraries. Regarding Safe Haven, The Choice in Every Breath, all by Nicholas Sparks. From the October 12th supplemental review, several people stated too romantic for school, or we don't need romance novels. Anyone who's ever had a teenage girl or worked with teenage girl knows that they love romance novels. These books were already in our system at the high school level and are appropriate for the high school. They're basically a Hallmark movie in book form. So Nicholas Sparks' books are romances that girls love. They're not racy in any way, shape, or form. And Sparks has said he likes the idea of a love story and the relationship more than anything else. He doesn't care about all the other extra stuff. He wants more about the relationship between the two people. So there's no reason why they couldn't be in the high school library. As for this month's supplemental resources for consideration, I would like to start off by saying that the district's library, and I know we've just talked about this, but I'll go over it again. The district's librarians are very aware of what is appropriate for their libraries. Roughly 95% of the books on this month's list, that's 47 of the 51 books, the review committee does not have any issues or concerns. That being said, there are a few books that people took issue with. The first one is The War That Saved My Life by Kimberly Brubaker Bradley. I'm not sure what reviews people read regarding this book, but I've actually read it. It's actually written for grades 3 through 6. It's about a young girl with a club foot and her younger brother during World War II. It's set in the outskirts of London when the younger brother Jamie is sent off to stay in the country with a host family to escape the bombing. His sister Ada sneaks off to join him since their mother is ashamed of her and her disfigurement and really has no use for her children. They end up with a spinster woman, Susan, who's not used to having anyone to care for but herself. And the 3 grow to care for one another during the war, and when an opportunity to become a family opens up, Susan takes it and the kids stay with her. I'm not sure what lifestyles people are referring to or where they even got that a character in this book was gay. There is never any mention of this at all. I can only guess that people are assuming because Susan isn't married, she's a spinster, she must be gay. It's simply a story set during World War II outside of London in the midst of a very traumatic war for children when they were shipped away from their families for safety. It is a historical fiction book, a book interspersed with facts from World War II, and it's a very well-written book, and there's absolutely no reason it cannot be in the library. It's a great book. Chloe the New Girl by Greg Tessier. While I wasn't able to read the very first book in the series because I couldn't find it, I did get another book, I think I got number 2 in the series. And I didn't find anything inappropriate about it. It's just a little book on a girl who is just trying to figure out who she is. It wasn't anything bad. She's like an elementary school kid. There isn't anything wrong with it. And then we come to Disney's Pixar Character Encyclopedia. This was nothing more than an encyclopedia full of Disney characters that most children know. My take from this was, when did elementary school children become involved in politics? When I was reading through everything. And when did only reading reviews suffice for whether a book is appropriate or not? Honest judgments regarding books cannot be made by reading others' biased reviews. Also, what we talked about, if a parent does not want their child reading Disney or any other author or book, They can let the librarian know, and they'll put a note on their child's account that they may not check it out. I continue to find it troubling that people are making assumptions about books without reading them, basing their opinions off other people's opinions or politics. And then, I don't know, I've been part of the DARE program before, and so I wrote a little bit on it. I just put, regarding the DARE program, it's an excellent program that's been around for decades. My kids participated back in the 90s, and it's used all over the country. The program teaches children about the dangers of drugs, and I'm not really sure why someone believes it has references to social emotional learning, considering the school is only asking to use the DARE program and not the DARE Keeping It Real program. DARE's primary goal is to prevent substance abuse among school-age children and help them acquire the skills necessary to avoid substance abuse and develop effective resistance techniques to gangs and violence. It is taught by carefully trained and selected law enforcement officers who strive to be positive role models for students. It's definitely a worthy program to have to help students avoid the dangers of drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. So every book on this month's list was acceptable except for All Over Creation by Ruth Ozeki. And I'm not sure who needed it at Mountain View, but I read it, and I got to the first couple of pages, and there was a sexual relationship between a 14-year-old and her 20-something teacher, and I went, oh, heck no. So that's not appropriate. So in conclusion, let me reiterate that parents have the choice to contact their child's school librarian if they feel there are books or authors they do not want their child to read. Notes can be placed on the student's accounts that pop up every time he or she checks out the books. Also, the librarians are very cognizant of the books they purchase for their libraries, making sure they purchase a wide variety of high interest, varied reading levels, and popular titles and authors so that our students' reading skills can improve. Overall, book checkouts have increased by approximately 35% from last year, September through December, to this year at the same time period. And I believe this goes to show just how well our librarians are picking and choosing books for their students and their schools' libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I don't think it's a bad idea if parents do a opt-in form or some kind of awareness that your child's participating in DARE. Maybe they don't want them learning about drug use or what have you. I think that was the one of them I looked at. I think it was a DARE program about prescription medications in the home, and you know, the reference to the vapes being dangerous to the environment. So I don't think there's any problem with that. I mean, my kids did the DARE thing too. I think it was a pretty good program. My other thing is the Read Aloud Rooted in Reading. It's actually curriculum. It should come through the curriculum process. There's, let me see here what I put. It looks really cool. It's one of those, well, the author, Amy Lemons, she does a lot of stuff. She's a teacher too with 10 or 11 years experience, and it's geared toward all of the Texas standards, which I'm sure there's probably crossover for us. So it was laid out really nice, but it is a curriculum. It should have went through the curriculum process and all the books that are tied to it.
It's a supplemental curriculum though. It's not a district adopted curriculum. I guess that's the difference. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot to it. It's very, very in depth, and there's many books involved in it. I did go through and sort of browse through them and read some of her things and all of that. It looks like a great program, really. And then I think that was it. Oh, I did have highlighted, she already brought that up. that was it, that was the one thing, is that mainly the read aloud, I don't know how we tackle that. And the bottom line is, you know, none of us can go book by book and do all that, and inevitably something's gonna get biased that, you know, we didn't see or know was there, or I mean, it just is. So those were the only ones I think that I had comments outside of, you know, what was already placed there by the other people.
The vaping, lesson 1, 2, 3, 4 for 6 through 8, that's supplemental, or is that someone's curriculum?
Are you talking about the DARE program?
That, no, it's actually below the DARE.
That-
Garwood has DARE, and then LMS has.
Yeah, that
they're
is,
recommending.
so we, the board approved the agreement with the district and Panhandle Health to be able to
Mhm.
send some staff to a training.
Okay.
So they went and felt like the curriculum supports the health standards and
Okay.
would be good for our kids, but especially with regard to vaping. So they're asking for permission to use it,
Okay.
and so that's coming from Panhandle Health.
Okay.
Oh, this is where I saw that, yeah, that was the one that had the e-cigarettes in the environment.
Yeah, so that's actually a curriculum, it's not a book.
Yep.
Yeah, supplemental health.
I think we talked about this before too, that catch my breath, that's what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reading.
Yeah, that was the agreement that you guys approved. Vaping is becoming such a big deal among our kids, and it's younger and younger students, so there is a need for them to really understand the dangers of vaping, as to the best of our ability at this point in time. I
Right.
don't even know for sure we know
Right,
everything
yep.
that there is to know about it. Speaking of vaping, I don't know if the board is aware, but the vape store by Lakeland High School got evicted.
Really?
They're not there anymore.
Oh, nice. Where are they going? Okay. I mean, not nice that they, you know.
I'm just glad
I
they're
wish
not
them well.
so
I'm just glad they're not
close to our school.
Yeah. All right. Do we need further discussion on the supplemental curriculum that was brought?
Does do we take rooted in reading out and treat it more thoroughly as curriculum?
Well,
Does it need further?
It's a supplemental, meaning that not every teacher is going to be teaching it, and teachers that need to pad whatever the curriculum is that they're using will be diving into those.
Okay.
Or accessing it or using it, however. Correct. Okay. So we have the right to say, no, let's table it and we'll go at it again, but if we do that, what type of a process would we want to review that with?
Curriculum review, but it would just be geared toward Apple Elementary, right? Isn't that the school that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Such a hard thing, cause I don't wanna hold anybody up from teaching, but
We have a couple of Apple parents who are on our adoption committee, one in particular I'm thinking of, who might be willing to read through the materials and just as a set of eyes. And that's one of the things as we're adopting a new curriculum we'll be doing is reading the books so that we are not doing what we did before with iReady reading. So, I mean, we could take, because it is a full curriculum and there are a lot of books attached to it. We could take one more step with that than we take with some of the others, just to ensure that we're not overlooking something.
Okay. I would move that we approve the list, with the exception of the rooted in reading, and table that for further discussion and further review.
For approval after review.
For approval. I also want to approve the items that Janelle had reviewed.
Okay.
I'll approve all of the ones that she approved of and deny the one that she felt was inappropriate.
Sorry. Can I amend your motion to, include the, opt-in form for DARE and, and then we're gonna handle the other books by policy and whatever the procedure is, that's how we'll handle them.
Yeah. And I would like to amend your motion as well. Can you do that? I'm just like, keep tapping.
No.
Double amend.
No.
You don't even have a second to the original motion.
Yeah, right.
I just wanna identify the book, that's all. It's
Identify.
the book that we're not approving.
Oh, yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so do I need to amend it, or just toss that name in?
No.
Okay, the book's titles, All Over Creation, Ruth Ozeki. That's all. That's all I wanted to do. So we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Okay, now I'd like to take like a 5-minute recess. I have to go to. Okay. So we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah.
Christmas ones.
This one can use any pen because it's clear.
That's true.
Yeah. You can even try soup in it. A little bit bigger naturals. It's not huge though.
Oh, I forgot to like that.
Yeah.
Too tired.
At 140?
Nice.
Each of us has one. Yeah, Chris has the typical. Maybe mine's we're gonna put our policies together. That's what the practice version. As we went out, Katie was on the stage first. Okay, Yeah, this one. This is this. That one.
So thank you. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah.
All right, we're back from our recess. We're gonna move on into the discussion items. We have the order for the land exchange with the Coeur d'Alene School District. Has that been recorded? Do you know, Brian?
I'm not sure. Coeur d'Alene was taking the lead on that.
Okay.
They wanted to get some clarification. Megan asked them, Rob Stratton, the land surveyor of health, who's right here in the bathroom,
Yeah.
to do one final look. But I think Jeff or Megan O'Dowd would have got it recorded by now.
Okay, perfect. Do we need to have any discussion on it?
I thought it was done.
It is
Final
now.
order.
I'll include in my board updates, definitive, answer on whether it's been recorded or not.
The clerk just said that she did research it. It has been recorded. We just don't have a copy of the recorded document. Next, we have the IBB procedural agreement.
So at the last board meeting, Trustee Jones asked me to try to find the procedural agreement that we had used for years in this district for negotiations. Jason Bradbury, the president of LEA, did not have a copy. I couldn't find a copy here, but thankfully Brooke keeps a copy of everything. And so she found one. Trustee Jones and I met and talked through it, and then I told him I would go in and make the necessary edits so that the language matches interest-based bargaining rather than negotiations. So you can see the edits that I made, and I took this to the cabinet to share with the LEA, and I also shared this draft with Trustee Jones. So it looks kind of messy because there's a lot of language that doesn't apply anymore because it was specific to positional negotiations rather than interest-based bargaining.
A question I have is on page 1 in the 4th paragraph. It says, starting with highlighted, it is agreed that the IBB team will identify common interests to resolve during the course of interest-based bargaining. These interests may include, but are not limited to, duty, prep time, work day, work year, committee work, job description, and transfers. My question is, why are we not including salary matrices, insurance benefits, stipends, etc., all the financial considerations? Why are we not talking about that?
They're up above. So this, and I can put them all together. The way this is written is in the negotiated agreement, the actual negotiated agreement, what we include are salaries and benefits for the most part, extracurricular salaries, all salaries and benefits. Those other, the other things are things that we talk about and we agree on, but they don't all necessarily end up in the negotiated agreement. So right now they're in 2 separate paragraphs for that reason.
Those are just points of that need to be discussed whether okay.
But they don't necessarily wind up in the language in the negotiated agreement.
But the other ones do.
But the other ones do. And if that's not clear, I certainly can go in and do some cleanup there for you.
Yeah, we might need to do that because we're saying that common interests related to contracted teacher salary. I did see all that, but then the very next paragraph says interests to be resolved, these interests are, and then we go into the other things. So I think maybe if it was just a simple statement stating the negotiable items are, and we list it all in one, I think that would be most appropriate. But then
so you want me to put contracted teacher salary schedule provisions, all of that, that's up above in the same sentence with, duty, prep time, work day, work year, because those are actually, we don't want them in we definitely are, it's my perspective, that we do not want them in the negotiated agreement. We don't want a master contract that is so binding and limiting that we're tied to things that doesn't give us any wiggle room. So the things that currently are in there, and Lakeland has historically, when I was a teacher and I was negotiating for the teachers, and Bob was on the other side of the table, we negotiated for those salaries, and those ended up in the contract, the negotiated agreement that the board approved. But we talked through, when we called them meet and confer items, where we could talk about issues that we were having and find ways to resolve them without putting them into the negotiated agreement. So that's why I kept them separate, and then unless the board wants them all to show up in the negotiated agreement, I think we should keep them separate. So that's up to you guys.
Okay, so I guess maybe it's just the way this whole thing's written. Because the first little paragraph says, identify common interests related to, and then we go through a slew of things.
Mm-hmm.
And then after January 1, 1982 amendments, I really think this whole thing needs to be reworked. Just its layout, anytime you amend something, you don't have to take the same document and keep those old dates in. If you're amending it, you can revise the dates,
I just wanted
etc.
I didn't want to. Yes,
Okay.
we can take all that out.
Okay.
What I guess what I could do, because this is hard. This was really hard for me to do because there's so much language that needed to be changed.
Right.
So if you're okay, I would make a copy of this so that this stays, so that we have the archived version of the original version, and then just rewrite it to keep the new language, and then I can modify it so it reads better for you, and I can bring that back. Would that be helpful?
Well, yeah, because then the very next paragraph that would, once all the stuff's taken out, says the common interests to resolve. So those two languages sitting right on top of each other is, for me, a little like, what are we doing here? It seemed like the same thing, but now that you identified that it's not, that makes sense.
It just needs to specify it in the document so that it makes sense to other people.
Anybody reading it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just somebody with the backstory.
Yep.
Right. But then under the team, it says the IBB team of the board. The board's never put a team together because it's the team of the board and the association shall consist of a maximum of 12 people. That's all great and dandy. I'm a little confused because we have a cabinet. Okay, now we're creating a team of board, but yet the board's not creating a
It
team.
should, with IBB, it shouldn't be any teams, because it's not us versus them.
Right.
It's supposed to be an open discussion amongst everybody at the table.
Right.
So it
But
shouldn't
half-
even say,
Half of the team is the district representation, which has typically included 2 board members, and half of the team is the teacher representation, and together we are all one whole team. So I can clean that up. This was
the board's portion of the team shall consist of, and something like that.
Yep, and I think once I can get away from this format and,
That document,
all of the strikeouts and everything, I can make it read a little bit better. So this is definitely draft. I just wanted you to see that this is where we started.
Right, and I absolutely appreciate the effort that went into this. Again, the only thing that drives me crazy is there is not a clear understanding within this procedural agreement that states any questions, clarifications, or revisions brought by the board after the board meets with this will go back to the table, because I'm not going to go through a 3rd year where I'm shot down because, well, the teachers union, everybody's already said yes, so you can't make any changes. that drives me nuts.
Right, so that's never been part of this, even when it was negotiations, that part was never part of this. So when we did strict positional negotiations, the board met in executive session and they had their conversations. It was the time for the entire board
Right.
to be on the same page with what do we want to have happen
Right.
through this process, where do we want to land. The two board members could bring back, these are some changes that we're talking about, give me some feedback, what do you think, is this clear, are we comfortable with this, do we need to go back and ask for something different? The last few years that has not happened.
Right.
But it's never been, that part of it has never been outlined in this document.
So but this document was for a different type of procedural approach.
Right, but even with that different procedural approach, that board conversation, that all happened, it just didn't, it wasn't written in this document, is what I'm saying.
So what I'm talking about is when we are presented with the negotiated agreement for approval.
That, it can't be the first time you see that.
Yeah,
So-
I think that's the real issue is the board's first discussion shouldn't be when you're presented with a final draft.
Right,
Right.
Yeah.
so,
So there needs to be an ongoing discussion amongst the board as a whole
Okay.
as we're progressing through the process of IBB.
Right.
Which
Okay.
is
there
a little
will
different
be-
procedure than what we used to have,
Correct.
obviously.
there,
So.
there will
yeah.
be an executive session at every board meeting once we, even prior to going into IBB, so that we, the board, can hear from Brian. What do we think the legislators are gonna provide this year? What does that look like? Where's the line item for the curriculum, and make sure that's all in there. You together get to kind of set
It's
some of
done
your-
in executive session
Yeah,
and
we
not
can-
open session?
Oh, yeah, the law provides for.
Executive
Yeah,
session.
for negotiations.
Okay.
And then after, at the next meeting, then whoever the two team members are, if it continues to be Bob and Ramona, in executive session can update the board. These are the conversations we've had. This is the language change that we're currently talking about. We can pull up the negotiated agreement so that you can see it. You can ask questions. You can say, ooh, this isn't clear. Whatever that is, then it comes back to the IBB team so that there's
Right.
constantly the give and take. So the entire board, because both Bob and Ramona shared that it was hard being part of the team as board members with the expectation that you're representing the board without
Correct.
actually getting to talk to the board.
Right.
And and for whatever reason, the former superintendent, that wasn't built into how we did it.
Right.
When Trustee Jones and I met, that was one of the things I talked to him about was, I see this as the avenue to do what you're asking about. I guess what I was saying was that part of it has never been part of this
Okay.
procedural agreement. How we do our part
Mm-hmm.
in our meetings, that's us, and it doesn't need to be here.
That's a different protocol.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is definitely,
Yep.
yeah, it's
Okay.
definitely, and I told Jason that we would be doing that.
Okay.
So that, and not to, nobody's intending to go back to positional negotiations, but the full board needs to be participatory so that it's not the first time you see the document when you're being asked to approve it.
Right, because the way it's been has been, this is what you're going to
Right, and
approve,
then
and it's
you-
frustrating.
Right.
Well, and yeah, it truly was frustrating.
Yeah.
It's truly frustrating for me last year going
I bet.
through the process. Because I never felt like we had a free and open discussion among the board as a whole about
did
where
not.
we want to end up.
No, we didn't.
In the process.
We haven't.
We haven't had that
Never
for
had
20
that.
years.
You know,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just not the way things ought to operate. And
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
You know, we can use the IBB process, which is a fine collaborative process.
Right.
But ultimately, the board has to make final decisions about, you know, how much can we afford and
Right.
so on and so forth.
What are our
And
priorities?
you have to be able to have a free and open discussion among the board
Right.
to come to that conclusion,
Yes.
which kind of gives direction then to the representatives of the board in the IBB process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that feel better?
It does. I'd rather to see this reworked. So.
I will bring a clean copy back to you, and
Okay.
yeah, I won't have
Perfect.
all the strike-throughs, and that way it might read a little bit better, and then it'll be easier for you to give me some guidance as far as what needs to be changed.
Keep in mind, one more step in this process, and once that kind of final draft of the new procedural agreement is prepared, it has to be ratified by both the board and
Correct.
the LEA.
Right, which is,
Before we enter negotiations otherwise.
yeah, which is why I took it to the cabinet for input, and they were completely fine with what I was trying to accomplish, so and then I also put in there a template for the LEA request to begin IBB, so that we have that, letter to the board to accompany the procedural agreement, so we
Right.
just have the
Okay.
documents there. I shared that with Jason, and he liked it, so, that would be used as the template, and I put right in there that they're happy to provide the documentation regarding the percentage of
Perfect.
teachers represented.
Yeah, and we should probably, like our policies, although, you know, cite the statutes at the bottom about, you know, what the statute actually says about IBB and how it works.
On in the procedural agreement, or on the letter, on both?
The agreement.
The
Yeah.
agreement, okay.
I mean, in my brain, that's where it's pertinent, I don't know. Just so people in the future know we didn't just
So
make
we're
it
not-
up, it actually goes with the, you know.
Okay, I will do that.
Any further discussion?
You might wanna have a paragraph at the end, or a footnote at the end.
Of the agreement or the letter?
That spells out that the new agreement supersedes
Yeah.
the ones dated
Mhm.
April 28th, August 14th, October 13th.
I did at the bottom try to kind of mimic our policies in regard to when it was first adopted, and then when, each time it's amended.
You can have a statement that just says this document supersedes any other
Yep.
previously existing documents, and then keep the approved and amended dates there.
Okay.
Any further questions, discussions, comments on this for IBB?
Nope.
Ms. Jones? No. Okay.
I'm good.
Thanks, Dave. I saw you nodding your head. Moving on to the LJSD website update.
So one of the first things that I asked Jackie to do, and actually if you go to the second link under there, the school websites, she's done quite a bit of research, and looked at some websites that she thought were more aesthetically pleasing, more user-friendly. So she provided those for you to look at, and then she reached out to those districts to find out which software program is running their site. So when we looked at them, our favorite one was Pocatello, which is interesting because it's run by Final Site, but they've paid for a different tier of abilities. Mm-hmm. So she's just what she would like is she would love for the board to just let us know, you know, which of these websites do you like best, and then we can start to work with one or two companies to get quotes for you, so you can decide how you want to move forward.
Well, the challenge for me with that is I can pick the one that I think is most visually appealing, but I will definitely shoot it down if it's not in the budget. So I'd much rather know what the budget parameters are for a website before we're like, ooh. And so without having any financial understanding with what these websites cost, for me it's a little challenging to say let's go in this direction.
Okay, so I will ask her to reach out to Final Site Edleo and Gabart
Yeah.
and get pricing, and then we'll come back.
That'd be perfect.
The problem with all this is, I mean, we already have Final Site,
Right.
which is the Pocatello website. The problem is the body to implement the change. It's not even necessarily the software that we have, but who is gonna implement the change, and then what does the change look like? I mean, somebody would have to have explicit direction. There's usually a document, a web strategies document that is put together that talks about all the functionality, the layout, the colors, the fonts, everything about it. Because you can use just about anything to create the website, but if we told whomever, look at Pocatello's website to make ours look like that, they could do it.
Right, except that I think you definitely know technology better than I do, but I think that the level that we're paying for right now has limitations with regard to what we can and can't do with the website.
Yeah, it's been a while since I logged in there. I had a login at one time. I'm sure I still do, but I have to look back and find it. It was pretty basic drag and drop, the functionality, but obviously they built this site with the same software. Might be a newer version, it might be,
An enhanced version.
Yeah, or something, but even if we chose that, it's still, do we have the person to implement the changes, to start doing it, but yeah, you can still bring us the information.
Okay.
But we need a body to do it.
Well, we have Jackie. So.
Okay.
Okay, I will bring that to the next meeting.
Interesting. Okay. Do we need more discussion on this? Questions?
I don't have any.
Okay. The snow day and makeup time?
Yeah, so we've used 2 snow days, plus the 2 hours, which is for our 2 comprehensive high schools is basically what we had in the calendar for snow days. There is statute that says that the state can provide a waiver for 11 additional hours, so if we had basically 2 more snow days, we should be pretty close to covered. The high school students and high school teachers have requested that should we need to make up time, there's just no knowing what this winter's gonna be.
Right.
They would rather at the high school level have a remote learning day once we get to our max, and not add time. In reality, when you add time, it's 5 or 10 minutes to the overall day, which doesn't necessarily equate to a day of instruction.
Right.
So the remote learning actually gives us the opportunity to maintain the integrity of the learning. And I touched base with Brooke. We could resubmit our calendar to the state and let them know that at the high school level, any further snow days would be a remote learning day and not a snow day. So it'd still be counted as an instructional day. I just need to know how the board feels about that.
And it would only be a remote day at the high school level? What about the elementary?
They have enough days in their calendar that we're
Okay, then we'll be fine, we're good. 2 weeks and we're good.
Hey, not 2 weeks.
I cannot tell you how stressful snow days are. I called Michelle for the last one and said, I am not making this decision by myself. I was concerned because I knew that if I called it in the morning, we were only gonna have a few inches of snow on the ground at 4 in the morning, It would make no sense for me to call it, but I knew that we weren't gonna be able to get kids home safely at the end of the day
Mhm.
because the snow was coming later. So I said, I feel like I need to call it now. And, so we talked through it, and.
Made a lot of people happy.
And I was right. I did talk to Mr.
There was
Jones.
a lot of snow.
I know, I called
Holy
Mr. Jones
boy.
first and said, and left him a voicemail. I'd like to talk to you because I only remember one time that we called it the day before and he called it. And it was like 1994. So I wanted to talk to him, but he didn't answer the phone. So then I got to talk to Michelle, and we'd already made the decision. And he called, and he said, "Yeah, I would have waited till tomorrow." I was like, "Dang it!" But then he texted me
Whatever.
the next day.
Baloney.
Good call on the snow day.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
no,
so
I think
stressful.
it was a good decision.
Yeah.
Kept
Good luck,
everybody
Cal.
safe.
My sister got up at 1 o'clock in the morning to go to the bathroom, and she looked outside and she said, "I prayed really hard for snow, Lisa, because I just didn't want you to look silly."
Oh, so that's why we had snow.
So I didn't look silly. So are you okay with, and I did talk to the high school teachers because I said, I don't want this to turn into an LEA issue where you're having to provide learning opportunities for kids on snow days, but the other teachers are not, and they said no. The elementary people already had to add 15 minutes to their day just to make the double routing work, so they're teaching longer anyway.
Okay.
And so they felt like it was completely fair and fine, and it was their preference actually to do it that way. So
What are your limitations with the secondary in terms of days and hours?
we are at the end of what we have.
You already used it up?
Mhm.
Oh, well, no more snow days, that's easy.
Nice, Bob.
I know. There are 11 hours that the state gives us that we can ask them to waive, so technically we still have a little bit of time before we get to the remote learning days, but I just want to have our ducks in a row, make sure that the board is comfortable with that before we.
I don't know how comfortable I am with that. You're setting a precedent that, you may have to live with for a long time, go that route. I don't know what other alternatives you have.
Well, we would add 10 minutes to the high school. If we added 10 minutes to the high school, actually Timberlake High School already goes 5 minutes more per day than Lakeland does because of the bus schedules. So they only need to add 5, but Lakeland High School would have to add 10. And that would get us almost 3 full days. It gives us, I think, 17 additional hours. But if we add 10 minutes to the high school, I think it would need to be at the end of the day, because I'm not super excited about having high school students standing at a bus stop at 5:45 in the morning. It just seems
I'd go end of the day if you did.
very early. But if we add 10 minutes to the end of the day, we have to add another 10 minutes to the elementary day, so now they're 25 minutes.
Look how much more they'll learn.
I know. But that's just the reality.
You old bugger.
So, I just need some direction from you guys with regard to how you want us to move forward. It would be nice if we could just not have any more snow days this year. That'd be best.
I don't see any in the next month and a half.
Really? A month and a half? How are you seeing a month and a half in advance?
That's on my weather.
One is farmer's element.
For a month and a half? I can see 2 weeks.
AccuWeather goes
He
out
feels it in his
quite a
knee.
ways.
That's my knee.
Oh, right.
I have the false one.
I said you feel it in your knee. You know it's coming a month away.
The right one.
Yeah.
So I heard Trustee Grissom and Trustee Jones have some concerns about the remote learning. I feel like if we're going to add time, we probably need to do it now. If we wait until we run out of snow days, and that doesn't happen until the end of February, we may struggle to get enough time in without having to add a lot.
You just add a day to the calendar. All those seniors that get out early won't get out early.
Except they graduate before the last day of school.
You gotta be a superintendent, you gotta wear a suit or iron.
Yep.
Yeah, you're creating the opportunity for me to have to wear the suit of iron.
I personally think remote learning day is much more appropriate in the sense that it makes no sense to add a few minutes here and a few minutes there to make up the time. Because you're not giving the kids actual more learning time. You're just filling the clock hours so that
On
we
paper,
get
it looks
paid.
good.
Yeah.
I don't, I'm not a fan of remote learning, never have been, probably never will be. Based on a lot of, no, I shouldn't say a lot, but based on observations, that very little happens with a lot of kids in remote learning situations.
I hear you, but I think the aesthetic view of it is the opportunity for the kids to actually be taught, as opposed to just, you know, taking 3 minutes off of lunch for the remainder of the year. That kid never has the opportunity to make up that day of lost learning when you're just taking minutes off of the lunch period or a break or in between class time. You're not making up the educational opportunity.
Well, and one of the ways we're gonna mitigate kind of what you're talking about is, the teachers will provide the learning. It may not happen on that snow day, because like on the one that we just had,
Right.
we had a lot of our kids were shoveling their driveways and their neighbors' driveways, and so they would have, a window of time, but in order for them to be counted present on that day of learning, they have to turn in the work that was assigned.
Right.
So there is some accountability for the learning, so they can't just not do it.
They can't just have a sick day on the snow day.
Yeah, you create more work for the teachers that way too.
We had that conversation, and they basically feel the same way that Board Chair Thompson feels, that adding a few minutes to the day does not provide the lost learning that happens on that snow day. And they want every day they can have with the kids, so they're willing to do that follow-up to make sure that they're holding kids accountable. But there will be a window of opportunity for them to get it done. It won't be due the day of the snow day, because families may need those kids to be doing something else. If parents have to go to work that day, the older siblings may be watching the younger siblings.
Right.
So we have to be a little bit flexible.
Back to the original, no more snow days.
From your lips to God's ears.
Any further discussion on the snow day
I
makeup?
feel like I have a direction.
I have to, do you remember the year that we had, I think, two snow closures on February 1st and 2nd? And that was kind of the latest normally that you'd ever, lo and behold, on the 1st and 2nd of March, the same year, we had 2 more closures.
It was like
That was a long
94,
time.
95
Yeah.
school year. Yeah.
Ice storm.
Yep.
And that was.
Ice storm was 97.
95. 95. The tree went through the roof of my house.
Yeah, we had no power for 3 weeks.
That was awful.
It was ugly. It's bad. I thought it was 96. Not
It's
95.
96, 97. That winter.
Yeah.
I never had a snow day.
Oh.
Poor Dave.
Yes,
No.
you did.
No,
You went to high school in Lakeland. We had snow
I grew up
days.
in Montana. We never had snow days.
But in Lakeland you would have.
I don't remember having one.
1996.
87, 88, Bob, you remember any snow days? I don't.
That was before me.
That's, you know,
Wow.
recall that far back is a little dim.
You're remembering every other one.
Touche.
Poor Dave.
That year 69, wasn't that like the worst year ever?
No, 49. I can remember 49.
Oh my goodness.
We had snow 3 feet deep in the Boise Valley, and it was unheard of.
Well, that was down there. We're talking North Idaho.
I
We're in
know.
North Idaho.
It was a lot worse up here.
So So may I use a remote learning day if we get into problems with high school minutes?
Does anyone oppose the use of a remote learning day? Let's go at a different angle.
In the way that I described it, so it's not specific to that day.
I approve.
I approve.
Mr. Jones?
Abstained.
Well, we're not voting, we're just
You just-
offering approvals.
I just need to know that you are okay with us moving forward now.
I
I'm
trust
okay
the
with it.
superintendent's judgment.
Yeah. Okay with that? Do you have qualms?
Yeah, because I just feel like we're always putting, I mean, I know then we would have to extend the time and find the time, but, I guess it is the high school kids that have to find a place to do work. I don't know, I always feel like it's just more punishing than it is, you know, on them. I mean, the teacher can just, you know, make the lessons, have them sitting there, but the kid who really has no say-so or really is not in control of their own life, they still answer to parents, now have to find somewhere to put this in. Maybe they have internet, maybe they don't have internet, you know. I mean, I guess it's fine.
We did talk
I
about.
just don't like the idea.
We did talk about the internet issue, but the teachers all said they would work with the kids, and so if they're not able to do it at home, they will work with the kids to make sure they have an opportunity to get it done at school.
Yeah.
It's really just about making sure they have an opportunity for the learning.
Right.
Well, and you're just asking for direction in the event, you know, we have more snow.
Right. Well, we still have two more, basically 2 more days we could go before we have to do it.
Well, you know, we haven't even gone into winter yet.
I
so
know.
Who knows?
Right.
Who knows where we're going?
Oh, and then, I don't know, the students may prefer to do that than having to go longer.
They definitely do not want to go longer.
Yeah.
was-
So that, if that was their choice, you have to go longer in the day or longer through the year, so many more days, or do this online, you know, I imagine they would probably opt to do it online, a lot of them.
Next year, our plan is to take our 2 curriculum days that we currently do in the beginning of October, on that Thursday and Friday, and just do 1. Our staff feels like 2 days is just too much information coming at them, and not enough time to process it all, and so they wanna do 1 in October and then have 1 in February. And then that could be a day that if we have a year like this where we may need additional time, instead of taking it as a curriculum day, we use it as a school day. So,
Yep.
yeah, so, we'll have to bring back to the board when we do next year's calendar, the 24-25 calendar, we'll bring the 23-24 back, cause you approved it last year with that adjustment, so that, if that day's in there, in the right place.
Reviewing, you're welcome. The construction manager, general contractor service.
So we submitted a request for qualifications, advertised in the Coeur d'Alene Press, and contacted local contractors saying it's out there, and advertised for 2 weeks, and we ended up just getting 1 response. I do have a couple hard copies. That's how the responses were submitted. If the board is interested, you could keep these and take a peek. So is Emmerich Construction is who submitted their qualifications, and they did, was a responsive submission as far as having the licenses and providing the information that we asked for. And we were hoping to get, some more responses to be able to do an evaluation, but that wasn't the case. So really we have 3 options. They meet the qualifications. We could certainly select Emmerich Construction as the construction manager, general contractor. At that point, you would meet with them and you'd start working on specifications, finding out the projects, and as you get closer, eventually you'd negotiate a price, is what would happen. But by this process, we don't have to go out, you know, to effectively to bid, because we've sort of done that to select our contractor instead of negotiations. Another option would be to just advertise a second time and see if we get more responses. And third would be we could reject the submission and then just do more traditional public works contracting, where you usually hire, you know, we probably need an architect, hire an architect to sort of provide specifications. Those specifications are then advertised for a request for proposal, and then, you know, contractors come and give their bid, and at that point, if the contractors meet, you know, the specifications of the RFP, you're pretty much compelled to go with the lowest response bidder.
Right.
And so those are the three options that we have. But I just wanted to bring that forward, and you know, if I didn't know, you know, Lisa and I talked, we didn't really know if this needed board action, since you sort of asked us to move forward and approve the projects, really the methodology. So, you know, if we get feedback, I mean, they look like they're a decent firm. They've done a lot of school work, mostly over in Oregon and Southwest Washington. But they have a couple of their principals who are now in the Sandpoint area, and I think they're probably trying to break into the North Idaho market. So that's why they submitted.
I was
So,
just gonna ask, have they done any work in the area that we know of?
yeah, not really close. Mostly, you know, some of the, you know, actually I worked in Washougal. A lot of it has been like they work for Vancouver and Evergreen public schools there, did a middle school, have done some other projects a lot. I think they're out to Layton, Oregon. So they do have K-12 experience, and some of the projects have been large, and some have been like $1 million projects, smaller things, like an office remodeling thing. So they definitely have done a wide range. So you know, I did reach out to a couple of people I know. I know a lot of the architects around here, if they had any experience with them, and I didn't get any feedback. They said, you know, not being over there mostly, but they might call some people they know, and I haven't got any feedback. But anyway, those are our options. And
How does Mike, Mr. Ferriola feel about this? Has he seen the proposal?
oh yeah, he was there when we opened the bid, and I have another copy that he had. He read through. He thought that, you know, looking at it, that he was, you know, they definitely have experience, and looks like they, you know, are definitely qualified and have done this type of work.
They've been in business 79 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
They've
So-
done some awesome schools.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, he felt pretty confident. He was gonna reach out to some of his local people, just saying, you know, why didn't you submit? Is it just you're already booked right now, or two small projects, just to try to get some feedback on some of the locals? But
You didn't have even any phone calls or anything from any other outfit?
No. No, yeah, and Mike specifically reached out and called, you know, he called a few of the companies that we've worked with in the past and have done work, and are sort of a school contractor, and said, hey, we got this out here, let me know, take a look at it. So, you know, to let them know that it was being advertised.
We got a nice website.
Yep.
Can they design our website too?
So do you or Mike have any recommendation that you, or do you, superintendent, have a recommendation for us with respect to this for direction?
I would defer to Brian, because I haven't been part of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think given the current climate, you know, our thoughts that if we advertised a second time, I'm not sure if we get more response, possibly. if we decided to go the traditional design bid build, you know, at some point I'd be, you know, concerned with if the contractors are, right now, if, I know I think some residential is slowing down, but I think a lot of the commercial is still going pretty strong in Kootenai County. And if their dockets are pretty full, you know, then, you know, maybe you have a tough time getting some of them going over the summer, so, you know, from their response and getting some feedback, we felt that they were definitely qualified and that might be the, you know, the only thing is it's sort of new, right? You've never worked with them, so there's always a little trepidation, but it's not like we're building a 75 million high school, so I mean, I think that these are pretty, for construction, you know, pretty cut and dry projects, so I think they would be fine.
And if they're trying to get a foothold in the area, I feel like they're gonna really do a good job and kind of
They're building
go
their
that extra.
reputation here.
Exactly. Yeah.
So is your recommendation that we accept the bid, or the?
Now we would move forward and sort of, it's sort of like selecting an architect. We would be selecting them as to do this work. I did talk with Kevin Cole, who lives in our district, works for Architects of the West, and, you know, helped us with long-range planning and helped us with the building evaluations. And, you know, Kevin said if he wanted a second set of eyes and they had ideas on some of the siting and some of the things, that he would be willing to help out. And there might be a nominal fee, but if it was very light, I'm sure that he would just be helping us out, being a community member. And, you know, they've been a good district partner when we've had bond projects too in the past. So.
His kids went to be the keeper.
It's all online documentation available 24/7. That's cool. So everybody can see everything that's happening.
Helps with our transparency.
Yeah. And it says that the project manager, or one of them, lives within miles of the site. So I wonder where he's at.
Priest Lake.
Oh,
Sandpoint.
Yeah.
Well, Sandpoint, yeah, Priest Lake. I don't know, they had an office in Sandpoint, but
oh, okay.
it sounded like one guy lived in Priest Lake.
I think a couple are in the area now.
Oh, okay.
Within miles, I guess.
Yeah.
When you said within miles, I was thinking like 10.
Yeah.
An hour and a half away.
Miles?
In the same general area. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Welcome.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well move forward with it and see what they have to say and what we get.
Yeah.
So we'll just be waiting, we don't do something now.
Yeah.
10
Okay.
years later. So we
The
can get
can down the
siding-
road, right, yeah.
We're gonna get the siding done on Apple 10 years later.
Well, it's kinda how I feel about those middle school doors.
Yeah.
But it's all good. We're making progress.
They did some fairly complicated work.
Have they?
Yeah, and they've done some beautiful work too.
Ooh. They remodeled a 100-year-old building, interior demolition, repartitioning, fire, life safety, seismic upgrades and finishes.
Anything is possible in construction if you have enough money.
Right.
It was a $2 million project. We
Not
did
bad.
pull that out Mountain View. It's not a 100-year-old building, but it's getting there.
Yeah, 1937. Mountain View was built in 1937.
It's getting there. Yeah, so I mean, I would,
WPA project.
I say just
keep moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
we can do that.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
You're welcome. That being said, okay, sweet. Any input for future agenda items? It's getting late.
Yes. The agenda's too long. If we're going to have a single meeting, a month, with long agendas, I personally think we need longer with what's on the agenda. I mean, the time we have it to, especially now that we meet Wednesday, so it's finalized Monday, so that gives us Tuesday.
Right.
You know, maybe Monday if we squeeze it in there somewhere, even so. I mean, it's just, there's so much packed in there, I think we need to bump our submission date out or something, so it's in our hands
Sooner.
yeah, you know, for,
Okay.
I was gonna say a week, but, you know.
Well, even if we had a weekend,
Yeah,
even if we had the weekend
Right.
to look at, you know, cause like, you know, working 40 hours on top of
Yeah.
this, it is difficult to, I have to do it Monday night when I get home from work, Tuesday night when I get home from work, so that means I
Assuming you
I
don't
have,
have another.
well, and I
application.
had long range on Monday
exactly.
this week,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that left me with,
would it
Yeah,
be
Tuesday.
appropriate, do you think, because we meet on Thursdays to do
And I crafted
board agenda planning? And we try really hard to have all of our links to Rosanna by Thursday, so that when we look at the agenda, if there are questions that you have about why we have items on there. So we could have Thursday be the day for at least the district staff to, provide those links to Rosanna. There are going to be times like Brian was waiting on the resolution language, you know, so there may be times when we can't get a couple of things there because it's not coming from us. But I do think Thursday, Thursday's a doable. And then once we've met, Rosanna could post it. That would give you almost a week.
You know, or even if we have it by Friday, you know, then it would give us the weekend plus a couple of days with other interference. That's the problem, is we're getting it, you know, in a very
Right.
short timeline. If
Exactly.
you have other obligations, you know,
Hear you.
it's tough to wade through the background information.
Yeah, I get it. Absolutely get it.
yeah, somehow we need to figure that out, I mean, somehow, and we have to have, the thing is it has to be the final posting, like nothing, once it's in our hands, it can't be modified.
Right.
So Thursday would work, but then like, you know, with Brian's thing came late, I mean, that's, you know, out of his control. So we still had to wait, but yeah, we need to figure out
So if the
something.
agenda item is on there,
Yeah.
can the link be added after it's posted? Like if it says,
Not really, because sometimes all the information we need is in the link, you know? I mean, some things, I would say, yeah, like if it's just a document, then obviously we don't, but sometimes the link is everything we need to, for the information, so just something, I mean, I don't know, we can brainstorm, email, whatever, something to give us some more time to, get through everything, cause I don't mind the once a month, but I'm having a hard time.
Well,
I mean, we all work, so I
Right.
don't have to explain to anybody
Yeah.
else, I'm doing the same thing, you know?
with respect to what you've brought up though, it would be appropriate, as this is for a future agenda item for discussion or whatnot, Monday, January, our first meeting is going to be about picking, you know, when we're doing the board meetings and all of that.
Annual meeting, yeah.
Yeah, so it will be our, thank you, it will be our annual meeting, so we'll be
Right.
able to put the boundaries, parameters, expectations, all of that
Right.
right then, right
Okay.
there, and get it ironed out. So that this next year, maybe it'll be smooth flowing, shorter meetings, whatever.
I mean, we've made great
Promises,
progress.
promises.
You know, I try.
As we're
Really try.
encroaching on 10 o'clock, I don't know if we've
Yeah.
gotten that much better.
Yeah.
No more agenda.
Okay, with that being said, can I have a motion to enter into executive session?
I move to enter into executive session per Idaho Code 742061B
Andy.
and D.
Second. Having a motion and a second, I need a roll call vote.
Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Grissom,
Yes.
Trustee Jones.
Yes.
Trustee Bain,
Yes.
Trustee Quimby.
Yes.
And before you stop recording, I should have said this earlier when we had a room full, but I just wanted to say happy birthday to Superintendent Arnold
Yes.
and Board Chair Thompson.
Happy birthday!
I didn't have time to stop and get anything or do anything, but at least I wrote a note to remember.
Good job.
We have a
Yeah.
birthday cake for Rochelle.
Oh, okay. yeah.
And Lisa.
And
Yes.
It doesn't say Lisa. It's just-
There we go, we're done.
Okay, so we're coming out of executive session. There is nothing that requires action. Therefore, meeting adjourned. It's 10:35.
Yay.